how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself? That's a day just start showing. How hard do you think it's really? Really believe technology, right? But the common thread is we're not alone, and there's something that's here with you, and there's something that, as you said, watching. You are a professor at Stanford studying biology. The organism at the level of themselves. Let me ask first the big, ridiculous philosophical question: what is the meaningful or fascinating aspect of biology itself? Uh, Micro machines, nano machines, the protein. That to me is most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that constantly processing its environment. That's all part of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine, dynamic computation process. Think of the DNA as code. It's codes within codes within codes, and the epigenetics doing this amazing process. Never want God. DNA is both information. Exactly. How did that computer come about? A big thing on the question, but it's both scientific and philosophical. How did life emerge? How did at every level, the very first step and facet complex DNA that is multicellular organism, and then maybe the facet complex that is mind. Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to complex computer that is right. All of the particles or the way of computer process biology, right? All the atoms of a protein that are within that matrix. My point is, it's computing something. It's creating some way. I did. The universe was created to allow for life to form, and so in a gas will go all the way back to it. The way I look at it, not a moment in context, body, and good. So if you ask the question of where, how does information get stored, DNA over its own base long contains more information than I think higher computational memory resources of our current technology. Because who and what you are is both what you were as an egg all the way through a right, and it embodies all of it. And so computational reservoir of information that you become. So actually, I would sort of turn it around a different way. If you wanted to create the best memory storage possible, reverse engineer a human is created in a memory system that is not just linear version, but is also everything that it could become. When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. You're talking about trying to come up with computer environments, right? Do we reverse engineer that computer? What do you mean by computing all this part, right? So information does not explain let's be right, but DNA information that is you, right? It is actually not only embedded in DNA, it's embedded in the context of the world you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information, though, is packed in the information of like some of the information that actually stored outside the body. Exactly. Yeah. Information is stored outside because there's a context of expectation. But it's fascinating. I mean, on this point, were to run Earth over again, how many versions of this would be different time? I mean, if you such right, and it's not all pre-programmed, and I think a variation at as many different versions of life as, and I don't think it'll all be, unless there's something into the substrate, always less protein, right? But I wonder what flappable butterfly wing would effects it has. It's possible that this is good at finding efficient answer. There's only a small finite set of exactly. That's kind of a universe of the multiverse expectation. There's kinds of theory. We don't have one lifelike. Using that logic, so many trillions of fire planet or right. I think innumerable in terms of much greater. I mean, just be state, so never that. Um, I, I remember I was 7 or 8 years old when I was again this remember the national and current is around 16. I just remember looking at what kinds of empires have fallen that space that never know it. And given that we think of. So I've always been a reader of fiction. I like ideas, especially like science fiction writing. Science, it can something lifelike, some sort of biology. Assumptions about the universe come from the environment in which you grew up. So, for instance, great, and you imagine different kinds. Some cases, what happens? What happens to intelligence evolve? Heard it behind. Right? Would you be, in his case, one, and to them, the narrative how other people run the right entire books of another guy, name, right? The so-called conflict, and in those he takes different intelligence, each different evolutionary path, and then posit a civilization based around where what they came from. And so, me, I mean, that's just fun. But I mean, back to your original. How many are there? I think as many as how many currently there. I don't know. That's the whole question of civilization. And you does it just get bored, or is it trying to do something else? It has done what is running out. Like for itself, bored. You know, we've done everything we can. They just decide to. Oh, I don't know. I just that you almost worry that we stop without production rate where population really can go to zero and we can collapse. But the only way to get around that, create enough machine AI take care of us. What could possibly go wrong? About the people that stories that UFO encounter. What is the most fascinating to you about of these UFO encounters or that you? The similar quality. Now, I just want to say up front, a lot of people think that when I speculate, that's not true, right? Speculation is creativity. Speculation is none of what I hear in terms of the anecdote necessarily, but because at some level they're still bugging, and once you start to hear the same story again, then you have to maybe it's some kind of background in your mind coming out of coming out of the collective. Actually, one message that uh, long before climate or time current around you know, for instance, perhaps the best kind of mass story out of 50, 60 after when educated children lunchtime around soccer. They saw and Atlanta teachers they told the same story picture. And the next thought was not taking your time. And it got you know, there's actually a movie coming 30 years later now. There's children grown up. It happened to us. It happened. Or an information some material. I don't but it's for 7 so whether it's real or not, but I find that fascinating data and again it's unconnected of individuals. Same same story. That is worthy of further. Yeah, so here we are, human cognitive capacity. What is real and DNA, how interact with the environment, get these novel ideas come from the populace, and they make it wonderful. All if you think from an alien perspective, how would you get other like have to find pain points on this interaction between DNA and its information, the, the mind, and how it interacts with the environment. It's kind of right. DNA, environment, get in right. To like interact with it, curve the little ants, and like ants, like excited, and yes, and then somehow hear that uh, and like excited or not. The other way is worry about that fear, one direction or another. Kind of idea that care of our world. Uh, that's it. That's comfort. That's that means there's greater intelligence. I was careless. What a picture of gorilla national parks, but we don't want to take care of ourselves. But there's a line crossed. That's the whole thing. Right now we're about and maybe so that you don't want to don't want to be around the plastic arm. These I think was but I also think all shot. You go back to how long has this been around? It didn't just start showing up in 47. Right? There are stories uh soft less. So to your point of how would you the higher represent yourself to a lesser let's go back to pre-information. You show yourself as the person that wants messages through that. Once you get a little bit more civilized and from yourself as God. God, well, I don't believe in God anymore necessarily. What do we believe in? Technology, show form of technology, right? But the common thread is we're not alone, and there's something else here, and there's something that you said, watching, and watching over your shoulder. But I think that like any parent, you don't tell your student everything. You make them learn, and learning requires mistakes because if you tell them everything, then they get lazy. Well, look at the brain or information coming from the brain of some of the people that have had full encounters. What's common about the brain? The study started group, let's say cohort of individuals brought their MRI to ask about the damage that had been. Turns out that the majority of those patients ended up being as far as so for me at least, is, that part of the story and in terms of the injury, likely all have been that's somebody else's problem. But when we were looking at the brains of individuals, right in the center, many of these, but at first we thought of MRI thought was damage, but then it's showing up in everybody, and then we look at oh, it's actually not. The other on these MRIs show that actually that's actually the head of the cognitive. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, psychiatrist, what is the basal ganglia? The basal ganglia is just about uh, and nerve and motor control. That's odd because these other papers that started to suggest that involve higher, actually downstream of executive function and involve intuition and planning
motor control, centralized. Motor control requires knowledge of the environment. You don't want to move something and hit the table. If you're walking across a room, you want to be aware and cognizant. So obviously, all of that planning requires access. It requires access, desires, and memory, knowledge of where and what you want, and desire to walk nearby. You're at a party, that person, like that person, there's a drop, all without thinking. So that actually, all that planning is done if there's a, and it's actually now called brain with the brain. It's process serving. So what we think we found there was not something that allows people to think took it a step too far. What I think we found was a form of higher functioning. Then looked at, and this was fascinating, we then at individuals, families of an index, and found that it was in families. And so, fascinating, we probably looked out about 200 just random cases downloaded off of the database. You don't see this higher connection. You only find it in what Green would call, or has called, higher functioning individuals. People are having called them savant. I don't have the to haven't done the test, but as it turns out, my family, right, found it, and me, brother, my brother, we found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals and you found two husband and wife pairs, and yet it counted about, we think, 100-200 individuals. That's it. Had it, tried either a restricted reading or the reason why it the in, let's say, so-called experience or something, mission is the ability to do something that was done. And something learning, that's our time. Well, I'm not an artifact. I'm not more. I'm recognize it. Not what it is normally something like that. Yeah, I have a, I can imagine a lot of money. Have a, obviously, chemical nature. Excited about life. I love life. I love life. It feels like I'm high. I'm like a mushroom, like that. Maybe get that well, I'm able to about the environment that maybe others, I don't know, but like I over the top grateful alive on a lot of that's interesting. And it's kind of interesting. Uh, it is that our brain brought up also genetic, but um, people are probably more receptive to anomalous information. They magic possibility novel, right? As opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common regular. People are more, wait a minute, kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people probably become scientists. Huh. There was this pattern happening over and over and over, and then excited with that weird thing. Start to pull the string, cover what is it for. it out of the way. If it's not food, if it's not right, if it's not the way of my desires, or if it isn't the way of my desires, then focus on it. And so I think the question is how much spare processing power, how much cycle spend on things that are not core desires.
What most memorable, powerful song you ever heard on a personal level?
I mentioned the Zimbabwe one, particularly, and one that actually most people don't know about, but family driving down the highway, rolls in the back, open glass car, rolls the craft right over. It's the middle of the day, highway. The mother sees it. Nobody can. They look around. Nobody else seems to together, take a picture of it, and then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet above their car or so, probably about across or shape. Craft, but it's else. Obviously, there was there. What were they? Why were only they?
The photograph was capturing very different than we're seeing for stuff. Can you a little bit of context from modern
Day? Oh yeah, they had a camera. I mean, they had a cell phone camera.
like provided? Where's like a central provider for this?
Oh, there's one, but I've seen a picture
From the direct interaction.
picture.
Those moments like that, they captivate.
It's so different. It doesn't fall into the standard story at all. But it's also, but in another way, kind of a clear enunciation that when of that, it almost how we're just attract color the car differently and differently. Tells you that memory is the issue around so-called so is that same people see a very different thing, almost whatever it is projecting. It's projecting something into the mind rather than it being right, rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you. It's actually almost some sort of an altered virtual reality. I mean, I think company Meta and all the virtual reality would love to have something like that. Right? Well, you don't have to actually wear something on your face to experience the reality. What happens if you could just project?
But that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. Or as we look at ants, how does the perception system operate? Not only how does the mind operate, how does the mind operate, but how does their perception system operate? So that we can like stimulate the perception system properly. And so, that's a really important question. That, the only way to like recording time, object, right thing, kind of language, so much more richness in how you can communicate. From an alien perspective, somebody has to create a technological figure out how do I use what I have to stimulate limited.
Right. Well, I mean, the answer then, again, an example, wanted ants practical. You wanted to use for something, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological robot. Now, DARPA and other specs for, turn them into biological robots. But if you wanted to, you would have to interact with their sense of smell, right? Their pheromones they use to interact with each other. So you would either create a molecule to talk to them, make them not say talk to them, talk to them, or if you were advanced in some sort of electromagnetic or other stimulate them in ways that would accomplish the same goal pheromones, but by doing it in a sort of telefactor. So let's say you wanted to telefactor, would interact with them. Again, this is a technology magic possible. Could telefactor in them, and each different either know enough about them to tailor that individual, or you just basically take advantage of whatever the sensory net is that individual. So if you happen to be good at sound, or you happen to be a very visually inclined individual, then maybe the sensory connection that you get most effective in terms of you would come through that portal.
I think the alien value cover our perception makes them maybe they don't. It's not an obvious fact. They figure out what kind of things are humans observing a particular environment of Earth and how stimulate the perception system in a way that's not anomalous, not too doesn't cross the threshold like, well that's right,
Right.
that has to that's not obvious that that's important. You know, maybe they're on the side of anomalous. Like how we get
Yeah. Well, that's why I always find you about low grade as interesting because it is related to what you're saying. Different enough, but they're not so different as to be scared, right? They're not venom dripping pain, right? They're different enough, but they all it's also like they're what you could imagine us becoming. Is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I mean, I don't agree, but I believe that people see it. So if we're talking about a strategy that says, you know, we're like you, but not the same as you, might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a strategy.
what make of David citing that other pilots
Well, I think you have to take them at their word.
are they fast?
Oh, absolutely. No, I know a lot of these, right? So I know little now, the whole crowd. I saw the about in public. I was bar over Pentagon in Crystal City, and they showed us my hairstyle on it. And they said that this is coming out, and I know one of the guys had interviewed all of these pilots before, and it was hair raising to hear this, but also exciting that here's not just people tested incredible pilots. They have no monetary gain, if anything, negative. Then you also have all of the ship analysis. This is Princeton analysis. So, at the end of the day, it's just it's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy. If somebody showed that it was low. I moved back to my job, right?
That could be, but other things might not be. The point, but it's nice to remove stigma about the topic because it's all just and anomalous events such that going to be rare in terms of how much data they represent. You have to consider the full range of data to discover that actually represents something full at it, right? Something extraterrestrial, something about phenomena on Earth we don't yet understand. Right?
Well, if it only stimulates us to think, okay, well, what happens if we could move that momentum? And it stimulates young individuals who go into the sciences to ask those questions. That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been openly talking about this, especially, I've had a number of students from schools, aren't my students, come to me and say, if I can help, let me. How can I help? I never had thought about this before. Open, you and others have opened their minds to about matter.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that think too much about this, the propulsion systems that could defy the laws that we currently understand. That to me, it's a powerful way to think. Well, what is firing? How many ideas does it represent? Terrestrial vehicle itself. Like mentioned, is hypothesizing, imagining, considering the possibility of, I think, opens up your mind in a way that create. First, you have to believe it's possible to create it.
In my own lab, we always look, as I said before, what is, and saying inevitably kind of, but if we need that kind of data, want doesn't exist. So I imagine perfect instrument, make it back into something which is practical, and then in a sense reverse engineer the future of what it is that you say. And I've started and half a dozen more companies using that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't exist today, but we imagined what we wanted. And at the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for instance, all the gene therapy that's done today with retrovirus came from a group meeting in David Baltimore's lab. I was a postdoc with him, and one of the other postdocs wasn't able to make retroviruses in a way that he wanted to. And I realized I had a cell line that would allow us to make retroviruses in 2 days rather than 2 months. And so he and I then worked together to make that. And now all gene therapy with retroviruses is done using this approach around the world because something couldn't be done, and we wanted to do it better and imagined the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole phenomenon is for people. Let's imagine a future where these kinds of technologies are. Let's imagine a future where we don't blow ourselves up, right? So if these things are there, they manage to not blow themselves up. So it means that at least one of the civilizations got past inflection points.
So if somebody encounters the actually representing alien civilization, why do you suggested that perhaps study understand their own past? What is the motivation, do you think? And again, from our perspective, what motivation have we approach others?
Well, I think one motivation might be to steer us away from the present, right? Or on the assumption that, even if we make it past the precipice, a bunch of psychopaths running around. So maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that your neighbor that's growing up next to you is not, unruly. But I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative, like what we have with, creating uh, national parks where animals can out there in a natural way. I don't know. I mean, that would be. I mean, the problem is we're imagining uh, anthropomorphic viewpoint what an alien might think. As I said before, alien, right? I mean, not Hollywood, but a whole different way of thinking and a whole different level of and let's say that could only hope to understand. Now, but if we ever get out there, if we ever make it past our current problem, and even if we don't have, even if we're all ram scoops or light sails to get where we want to go, and it takes us 10,000 years to get there, we might encounter something. We just got to all over it, like we did in colonial South America, Africa, or all the rest. On our current path, likely. And so what are we going to learn?
Well, we're getting better and better at understanding what is life. And I think we're getting better and better at being careful, not to step on it. That's one of the nice things about talking about UFO. It expands it expands our understanding of what possibly could be like. It gets us to think. It gets the scientific community to think. When we go to Mars, when we go to these different possible life, we're not looking at legged organisms. We're looking at some kind of complexity that arises resistance to the natural world. And there's a lot of
resistance to the natural.
Somehow there's a rebellious process, complex going on. And I don't know, many ways it takes form. Sense, for aliens that as the technology develops, they take form more and more as information, as something that can influence based of ideas, of processing the data itself. But I just, the idea of embodiment and so admire. Physically visible, perceivable embodiment. Very inefficient device.
If you think just about, your area, AI, we're trying to make smaller and smaller and smaller. Uh, that is basically closer and closer to the physics how the universe operates. Right down at the level of quantum computers are basically right down about quantum information storage. So fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the universe, right? And it doesn't require a physical station. It just space, just a local space. We're just locally ordered space time, right? I mean, but maybe they found a way to embody it there.
They probably have to get really good at translating the hands. The better your technology gets, the easier it is to accident.
Right.
Biological.
We constantly think about whatever these things might be. We think that they are some sort of a unified force. Well, maybe they're not unified. Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are. And maybe what keeps them stomping all over the ants is each other. Right? That they are in a self-tension to prevent one or more of them from running amok.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the anarchy of nations that we have on Earth. So there's always going to be
hierarchy
that's formed of greater and greater intelligence. Right. And they're all probably also wondering, what's bigger than me?
Exactly. That's what I always wonder is that maybe that them in line is something that is beyond them.
Like, what created the universe? I mean, that's probably a question that bothers them. What about the communication task itself? How hard do you think it is for something you think about this barrier of communication, biological, how difficult is it to find a common?
I think if you're smart enough or technologically enabled enough, it's relatively straightforward. Um, Now, whether your concept can ever be dumbed down to us, that might be. I mean,
Again, talking to the ants.
talking to the ants. I mean, so
You want to look good in this picture? Let me explain.
to you why. Yeah. So that's the essential problem of, you know, perhaps they realize who it is that they're talking to, and they say, rather than muddy the picture, we're only going to give them limited, right? And yeah, maybe we could sit down like you and I and have a conversation, but then they would make assumptions because would make assumptions about us because we're not here, right? So let's stay at arm's length. Let's just let them know that we're here, right? And here's a limited amount of communication. Again, this notion that if you give somebody everything, they'll get. And if they've been around as long as they have, they've seen every kind of thing that can go wrong. And so they know as much as they might want to step in, that would be a wrong thing.
Yeah, you have to amount of wood carry.
And so it's very easy as well for religion. I don't want to get into the whole religious conversation. It's very easy for how religion could call them angels or what have you. Because again, if you're trying to fit it into a framework of cultural understanding, the first thing you reach for is God. So it when you look at what these things are, and again, the angels themselves, in a similar sort of way, their communication is limited. They just kind of give little, what's the Oracle of Delphi? They kind of give these Delphic pronouncements, and it's up to you to figure out what it is that they really mean.
Stephen Greer claimed that a skeleton discovered in Atacama region of Chile might be an alien. He reached out to him and took on the task of science. The results of the paper titled Whole Genome Sequencing of Atacama Skeleton shows novel mutations. Yeah. Can you tell this story?
The story was, as you put it right there, correct. Reached out, sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing, then worked with a team of two other Stanford scientists, Roche sequencing group, Roche Diagnostics, and probably a total team of people. And as is standard in these kinds of professors actually work, students do work and figured out the answer, and then helped them put together the story. And the story was simply that it was human, 100%. I went into it thinking it was original. I got kind of excited a few months into the process. It is alien, right?
That's some of the characteristics of something that makes it unique and interesting.
Primarily, it has the nucleus of the brain. And so the first thing I did actually when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford, and he was on the paper, and he was a world expert in pediatric bone. He literally wrote the book, and on this, because that's what you do. You go to an expert when it's outside of your field. Well, I haven't seen this particular collection of patients before, or this physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. And but based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or makes a speculation like that and turns it into fact. No one ever said that it was that age. We only said that the bones made it like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations of why things look the way they did. And if you again read the paper, it's very carefully caveated to say that these mutations might result. We did find was an unexpectedly large number of mutations associated with bone growth in this individual. And it was just bad roll of the dice, right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone roll wrong dice all at once. So the bad part about it was individuals in the UFO community who wanted to think that there was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had convinced all of them to lie. I mean, come on. You know, I would lose my job, and they would all be in trouble for.
But also, it's just a level of that I don't think that it's normal popular, and it's good science. A lot of different science is there. They might be naive. They might not modern science look at the picture uh, with integrity, curiosity, but discovery of no um, there's no malevolence. Broad, so I mean, story here. You know, there's a hunger in the discover and science be both open to anomalous but also reject anomalous and support it.
Right.
What would you make of that? You know, walking that line, well, encounter anomalous.
People have said, let's go back to the topic of bunking. Bunking is a term, sort of assumes that you're to prove something. I wasn't. I was just going in to collect the data. And, I showed that the bone was human. There was another skull that somebody had at one point. It's called the Star Child. Star Child. I said, I looked at the DNA sequence of the data. I said, end of story. The people thing at the time disagreed with me, and then eventually another group came in and proved that I was right. And it's not about debunking. It's about getting spectacular and hyped. I mean, I got interested in typing it. And not because I wanted to prove it, but because I just wanted to know. And let's get it off the table. Particularly the most extravagant that are likely to be wrong. Somewhere in the rubble will be something interesting. And so that's what you do. You get the dross off the table, and then somewhere in the data will be something worth real inquiry.
and that if you inquire deeply enough, yeah,
Exactly.
and that's what I find it. You want the rigorous science actually extract.
And so look at CRISPR as probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in bacterial genomes all arrayed one after the other with these strange sequences around them. But when you look at the sequences, they look like virus. And how did they get there? And lo and behold, after a lot of effort and work, a couple of prizes went out the door. But strange thing ended up having extraordinarily extravagant.
also looked at UFO material or possession of UFO material itself.
Claims alleged
UFO material. Another term. Weird materials that do
that have a story.
They have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origin. There's a process that process may take decades, not centuries. Let the string and discover where they can. But anyway, you're in a possession of some materials of this kind. You describe some of them. Maybe also talk the process of how you investigate, how you analyze them.
Right. So let's say that there's two classes of materials that I've been given by people, and they're not given by like the government. Right? People collected them, and there's a reasonable chain of evidence associated with them. Off a road. There are almost always things that people have claimed have either been dropped off, sort of a leftover material, metal, or they are from an object that was released that kind of exploded. They're almost always metal. I have a couple of things that might be biological that are interesting that I haven't really spent time on yet. When you get metal, it's like, well, okay, what element and made up. And so they're pretty standard approaches. Most of them involve technology called net. And there's probably different spectrometry there on answer. And they either tell you, depending upon the limit of resolution of the instrument, tell you the elements that are there, or tell you the isotopes. And you're interested not just in knowing whether something is there or not, you're interested in whether they're, the amounts of it. And in the case of elements, how many different isotopes. And that's kind of where, in some of these cases, it's interesting, right? Because in at least one of the materials, as we first started, the isotope ratios basically way off. And I just don't know why. It doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that it was probably accomplished by some kind of an industrial process. Whether it's the result of a process, or whether, and this is sort of a leftover, or whether it was made that way for a particular purpose, I don't know. All I know is that it was engineered. Right? But then the question is, why?
Right. Why? What is? There's all kinds of byproducts. The main result of the process be a small part of the engineering process. Part.
So the ratios of isotopes for any are basically the result of the process. Supernova several years ago, that became a cloud. Those atoms coalesce gravitationally, form another sun, and a ring that becomes a planet. And the ratios of the isotopes determined at the time of that explosion. And so everything in the local solar system more or less that ratio, depending upon certain gravitational. But by fragments of a percent, not whole tens of percent different. So what do humans use isotopes for? Most of them, the vast majority of the isotopes that have been made in the per pound ton are things like certain uranium. We don't make or engineer isotopes. Today is relatively easy. It's so expensive. For any other reason, apart from, let's say, as We use stable isotopes in these days. That's counterfeiting, basically embed certain ratios of isotopes to make it harder for counterfeiters to accomplish. But other than that, we don't do anything with that. So why would you make grams of such material and drop it around on a beach in Brazil? In which case, this is the deficit. Describe this further. That's what we're talking about. Just case. So it's an interesting. So it's an object that released something, or it exploded, and it was this relative. I've got big chunks of it. Relatively pure, with obviously magnesium burns. So it has that other metal alloy that would prevent it from basically burning up. So the question is, and so then we had two pieces that came from two different chains of custody, both claimed to be at least physically to the two things, right? So we took small fragments of the jar and it's called a secondary ion strand. Extreme down to which is important for arcane reasons, but instrument. And so one of the chains two pieces of another chain had isotope slightly. So I mean, it was sort of like you had an control of what was normal, and this other one which was wrong. And so you're left with it's what kind of an open question. Was this a hoax? Were these two chains of custody, one of them a hoax that somebody purposefully used because you could do it? Cost a lot. I mean, at the time that this was found, 70s or so, I forget. The amount that I had would have cost several tens of thousands.
Welcome.
Greetings, Rabbi.
Ready for Tony?
I am.
Stand it up right now.
Showered, got my sports shirt on.
Welcome, Marty. We're about to watch the Wars to Kill Tony.
I think I'm out.
Very cool. Looks like the guest is Harlan Williams.
I think I had another demonic attack. Spiritual.
Well, hopefully Kill Tony fixes it. How'd you fix it?
God's presence.
Alright, well, that helps.
Peculiarly happening often.
didn't graceful ways. You got an echo problem.
It should fix itself. Well, missed you too, kiddo. Get ready for Kill Tony. Yeah, I'm really well. Oh, it's good. We've missed you for bowling. Get ready for it in like 2 hours. I don't know what is going on with this. It should have paired. Fine. Up again shortly. Yeah, I see the chat is late. Oh, I don't know what it was. All right, put it on.
Never seen spelled that way. Let's Shane Greenberg. What do it? Here on the Facebook, everybody. There you go. ladies and gentlemen, tonight is one game, and that one reigning, defending. Yes, here, one. Gentlemen, this is the long-awaited return of Harlan Williams. Williams, I great thing, the best been done. Something about is there something wrong with your neck, by the way? Get a little like the new movie that's Tourette's movie. What the hell? How we feeling? Good, buddy. I brought a little thing about what happened? Well, nothing happened to me, gang, company gang. But you know, in all these award shows, they have like a silver butler, a golden butler, and every now and then everyone tries real hard, and every now and then we get one help, a little extra help. Tonight I'll be giving away the silver prize. Woo-wee! What? Very exciting. First, the luckiest cat. I was thinking it'd be more like someone tripping downstairs. Not at the house. All right, Barney Rubble tripping downstairs. Thank you. How about that? Use a vibrator. Thank you. Harlan, the rain. Here. Perhaps first word. Yes. Anything happen? Anything happen? Brother me up, pal. But I do. Everyone knows that I am Ali's brother. Oh. And so you know how it works, Harlan. Signed up for this show. They are all our work. Dying away. Very sick with not sure what it is. Name off is and you know how it works when it's time they get some interruption. Time is up and you gotta get they have to wrap it up with an hour sleep right now they interrupts them. Ours here out of this magical this one live podcast world. Yes. Started with a bang. Your first tonight going to an old friend of the show. Very controversial character. Some people love him. Some people love him at all. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been watching him grow over the past couple years. This is a brand new minute from the one and only Uncle Laser. Radio. No more space for Coco. The boy and I, we love you. Love you a lot. I'm here for our balance. 30 years. Hey, let's take a look at her. Fucking out of the bathroom. Again with her skin, leather green. Fucking. I said, hey man, I'm gonna have to find man. Fucking. I said, I fucking don't. Did I do $4,000? I said, no, I do. Not that bad of a bar. Hands up the leg. All right. You told that story before on the show. Like a lick. Terrible guy. This is a side effect or something or something like what's I've been I mentioned for said it point sure the mic look at everybody. Wow. Your tongue is a little wild. I think of the night. I got up this morning. Wow. Red band celebrating mayo. Mayonnaise. Celebrating Lingo de Krakow. What the ass? I love it. What's been going on, dude? Just hanging out. Did that really happen? Honestly, remind me, when I first saw this need another guy in the room to get hard? I need black. Oh. The black guy. I stuck mama. Pocket cologne. El cotton. And stuck into the window. Let me go first. But I was still, I don't really know what I was doing. Now I feel tap on my first failed hard gig. This is stereotyping. Wait, what is going on? Oh, I love it when a comedy routine into a court case. Exactly. You were 12 and there's a giant hard black. Well, you need to put yourself behind bars, bro. Yeah. I was just happy to be there. I was like, yeah, I'm through those finished Mexico, bro. Through all the trailer house. They want to fall in their deep room. Starts freaking out. I go, man, let's call the cops. You know, drove back home. Mom, she got arrested halfway there. And the cops got okay. That's just fucking crazy. Story ever. Maybe pepper it up with punch. Criminal. About my life. Alright. Okay. Alright. What are you going? I'm not eating. Margaritas. Adderall. Alright. There it is. I'm not eating. They want Adderall. There's Monday. Who makes Monday? Got it. Dude, I would love it. I would pay $3,000 for a dragon slide right by Raymond. Yeah, yeah. Uncle Laser, we're gonna get you out. We're gonna get to the fun bit. Wait, started. I get it. Oh, here we go. Here's the lucky. Wow. And like Alright, how we doing, everybody? Yeah? Notice, I'm pretty tall. I'm up here, I'm 6'5". Anyway, so I think about 6'5", and literally, like, a lot of stuff. Like, I was crazy. Yeah, also, it's like, they call me Shrek, my football team. Like, no one tells you, like, alright, so I see it for Texas, everybody. Yeah, yeah. Alright, okay. Yeah. Like, growing up in Texas, high school a lot different out here. Like, we bring in place, career, white hoods, crazy. Oh, I mean, no, oh, I mean, I was saying, like, I was thinking, like, one earlier. You know what I find amazing? He's a main plot from Blaze last heard it. Well, 100% well. I think it was less not the like the dog. I mean, I still dog it like I right. You should be stealing. I mean, hey, like I thought, I was really like years old and all did. I think there's no risk if she watched that. Shut the fuck up. Oh, all right. Let's talk about it. The crush first. Yeah, this fucking wheelchair. Forget about that. Okay. How long have you been in Canada? Where at? Mostly now in Los Angeles, third year. Yeah. What brought you? Well, my mom's birthday this week, so I came for 3 hours. Okay. Yeah. I would. Saturdays. Yeah, there it is. Wow, there it is. Oh, wow. You nailed it. Hey. I look like Quentin Tarantino, but thank you. Oh my god. What do you work? Oh, I work at a store. About 2 years. I got the job immediately as I got it. Oh, no, okay, don't make me fall in love with you guys. Do me a favor and leave here for a second. He's definitely part of you're out there giving toys, you're in and your mom's birthday. Yeah. It's already happened. Already happened. She bought me boots and Rangers game. And yeah, yeah. But I also So, I paid $100 to get over here, so it's kind of like for $200 got your round. Yeah. American. Oh yeah. Probably the worst flight I've ever seen. Yeah, whenever there's turbulence, that well, because when I'm on a flight, I'm just picture I'm going to die when I'm on a flight. And I kind of like feel like it's easy to crash. But anything that happens, I'm ready to die. I don't like I don't have I have I have a lot of regrets. When you die, you die. You don't really no play with. You ever died? There was one time I thought I was aviation. You feel the
Plenty of terrible crashes would happen to turbulence.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that.
I talked about that.
I remember you saying that you watched you play your game.
I'm proud coming from the family. By the way, you're telling me I forget the name of it, the leather wrap that you put around your arm and swear on your.
Yeah, to fill them.
This is my version of that. Okay,
All right, there you go. Everybody needs.
About the shit my pants. So 10. I really say, can I do something for you? What's that? That turn you on? Yeah. I'm freaked up right now. Wow. What are you? Have you have a girlfriend? You're 6'5", according to you. I don't. Hey, according to my doctor. Really? Yoni, let's get a tape measure out here. I'm seeing 6'4" all day. Anybody else thinking 6'4"? It sounds like a 6 that's trying to enter in. I'm this guy's saying 6'3.5" here. I'm hearing if we have anybody. How many boys if you think he's 6? Literally nobody. That's about one of your shoes. One of my nobody. But there you go. Face the audience. I don't know. Tony always makes me turn around that way. All right. You're bending it a little bit, Yoni. Okay, that's perfect. Right there. Yep. Yoni, too. He knows measurements very well. 4. That's right. Right. Well, yeah. That's what I do. What's the craziest thing about your life? Right. Well, recently I was in Burbank. Oh, crazy there, I guess, but not really. But it's pretty. What over there? It's tent. Way. Live in a tent? Yeah, I do actually. Yeah. Ways. Well, really not. But like, I went over there once. Was over there at like 11 p.m. at night, and oh, it was 10:30. I mean, I got the clock down. Oh, that's way too. Go ahead. And this night stalker finish. The guy pulled up in his car and he asked me over to it, like my car, so I was, and wow. He showed me this like this. Showed me on his phone. My girlfriend didn't have to scroll through like this crafting website she was on, and he showed me like a pit bull was past families in like loans, and his like a landlord army Russian mafia after him. And the whole time I was trying not to like laugh, I felt like they're gonna kill me, but yeah, it was probably like because he was. Yeah, it was. There's some before I. No, he's one of them. Like this is just a continuation last. What's the fucking conversation? That's what I want to get item up here. Right in it. We're gonna go one smaller. Little. First, we're gonna hold the knife. Perfect. Back. Podcast sponsored by ExpressVPN. Going online without ExpressVPN is like having sex without a condom. Might feel fine. Repercussions. You really want to dog the whole internet? Huh, I don't think so. Every time you connect to an unencrypted network interface with browser airports, your online data is not secure. After on the same network, you can access your personal data. Doesn't take much technical knowledge to hack hardware is needed. A smart 12-year-old speaking. I love condoms. ExpressVPN, Tony. ExpressVPN is so secure, it would be a hacker with a supercomputer over a billion years. Pass ExpressVPN's encryption. Fire up the app, click one button. I personally love ExpressVPN when we're on the road. It's important to know our data is taking all the different travel. Secure your online data today by visiting expressvpn.com/filter. ExpressVPN.com/filter. Find out how you can get up to 4 extra for free. ExpressVPN.com/filter. Hello, this podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. The basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your add your favorite players to the court to Prize Picks line, whether it's points, rebounds, or pick more or less for your shot to 1,000 times. Prize also offers weekly promotions. Tacos, free, like projection, providing more value for basketball playoffs currently in other favorite sports already. Oh yeah. I love fruit. Why? This price. I'm aboard. What do you point?
Line up red. You have to be dollars in play your first $5 lineup. Once again, the app today. Dollars in play your first $5 lineup. Prize. Run your. All right. Another one all together, ladies and gentlemen. Could be the first star of the show. Make noise for.
How you guys doing? Quite good? Fantastic. Fantastic. It's so I was thinking, do you think Muslims ever, do you think Muslims ever say, let's think about random holiday time. Thinking like the best place to pick up probably playing air. Because there's a good chance oh well. Suggestion. It fucking sucks. I've been wearing hats my whole life, okay? Because I didn't want this. This cul-de-sac fucking thing. I don't mind it going bald. Isn't it just all bald? Okay? Why the fucking it just doesn't make any sense. It's cul-de-sac. What is it? Anybody else bald out there? Don't lie to me. There's lights. I can see you. Anyway, this fucking island. Why is there a fucking island?
I'm gonna stop you right there. Oh, yes. My God. Hi. How are you? Hi, Ian. Over here, bud. Over here, Ian. Oh boy. Ian. How are you, buddy? How long?
Total years after years. Here. Here. About 4 or 5 years ago. Did fucking comedy, and first time I did here,
4 or 5 years.
I did it right away when I came out. I did it.
What?
Several. Oh, there were some on the ones that y'all made it. Yeah, I don't know. I was on this. Well, I had your on both. I was 13. I was a pastor in a lot.
You got that right.
Well, I would do New York City or New York City. I like being. I don't know. I like, you wake up. Were you out in the country here or something? People walking around? No, I live pretty north. You ever thought about moving downtown or walking around with dinner? No. Well, shit. We got that too. Okay. You don't have to step over migrants. I like that part. Yeah. That's like, you like the migrants. You would. You're a hitchhiker. Believe it, area. Awesome. How do you say it with like a German accent? I don't know. Red band's German. He's tender lighter, he's tender heavier. Yeah. Where's mine at? You don't sit around with like your parents will like something like that. That's your guy. Das ist so leise. No, my grandmother was British. Okay, so that's it. She said, dude, you know what? You are this point you're like fucking international house of pancakes. What are you? British, German? You're redheaded. Irish, wearing green, got red hair, like a little. Like a. I get Irish a lot. I also get people telling me I'm not red. No. No, your hat's black, right? What do you do for work in your life? I sell motorcycles. Really? Yeah. I sold him his motorcycle. Got a secret motorcycle without telling me. I don't like my people close to motorcycles. I don't trust their drivers. Found out that he got a motorcycle. One of the double like I'm not around. One thing he does, motorcycle. The other thing is wacky. Ours is 460 glasses. Wears big producer glasses. He only wears when he thinks that he's not going to run into knife. Every once in a rare night, we'll just suddenly run into each other, and there it is. He's Robert De Niro in his fucking prime body. He's a fine square part of our going on to get a producer. You can tell by fucking glasses. I should get on my motorcycle now. Walking down the sidewalk and else on. I still have my very like. Really? Yeah, he was. Comic, and I saw like if you get on right with. What kind of? You know what I that? What? There would be super fun. What are some hobbies? Like with an animal, like yeah. Deer on a motorcycle. Like five broke a hole. Care about you? Yeah. I split that motherfucker, and so My dad had a couple drinks. You know what I can't. Right. I'm laying. We're both. What? And we're just watching each other take a last breath. And welcome to another episode of White Trash. Yeah. Dude, tonight? Yeah. Tell me you wouldn't be able to see the. He would have been able to see you. The lights up. I hope I get hit by a moon right after that. Well, let me ask you something. Are you gonna do you gonna? Well, we're gonna. I thoroughly unseeing while I don't have to worry about other fighting. I'm good. I really don't want to be here. I'm just time on my boyfriend motor. So. Does your boyfriend ride? He rides all right. More of a nighttime rider, and after a couple drinks, and he lays by his beer. That's me. I'm the gay here. Are you looking? Well, we were thinking about giving you a little side card, but I think we're right. Right. You're really gonna cruise? How are we gonna go back? Yeah. Yeah. Harley. That's. Oh. What kind should I get? Tony, you realistic? I'm not talking. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Yeah. We need a Rebel 500. That's what. Look it up. Why? Yeah. All right. I a Rebel 500. I don't know. It's kind of a. And about a bike. Right. It's like every girl starter bike. Hey, for me, for the sitting there, well, girls bike just Rebel 500. How about that? There you go. You just sit here later. Anything else before we go? Good. Sign up again. Here's the big chug bug. We'd love to very funny interview. I mean, really, no, kind of on the shadow. Really? Yeah. What's that like? Like a shot by shadow. I can copy it here. Shadow everywhere. I had a show. I hired a here in the band. He goes great with Russell, by the way. Podcast is sponsored by Tacopas, where we're going good. Find your perfect. Ever wondered if you love your personal style? Your feet put on a pair of Tacopas. Be confident about being different, about being yourself. Find comfort in the confidence from making your own. Tacopas crafts quality Western boots for everyone.
aspirational ranchers and lifelong cowboys. Like, look at the London with the back, first time to fire.
He's on the walk with Gary Flax and some brisket. The ice cream at the table and throws monster. I think Chris. They make
right into your life. I appreciate it. Right now, get /Tony. We can sign up for s.com/Tony. Your and or on Congress. COVID. I can't by ZipRecruiter. You all know speed, right? Well, you're a growing business. For hiring. In other words, you can one, but it's time will there is growth. Jobs starts off all about
I love ZipRecruiter. Empowered to quickly click the time does all the work, finding and scheduling, qualification.
Number one hiring. Price free. .com/Tony.com/Pro. Let's talk to qualify tomorrow. All right, we're flying to the bucket tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Seconds interrupted for full. Let's go. Back here.
You guys. Alright, so my girlfriend's dad died. No, he died like before I met her. My father. I said, I'll admit it's a great thing to do. Yeah. I was wondering what that ended. That father sending I'm gift. Like early. Hang on, he's coming through. Hey, I'm right. You're wrong. You're better. Hold on, he's coming through again. I don't know. Ed's. Hey, we played enough into the room. Thank you guys.
Okay, that's that. Oh, where you from, Phil?
Rochester.
Oh, God. How long have you been out of there?
I lived at Rochester.
28. What did you do? I was like a whole lot of I was north.
Older.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready.
I just there's 1 year for you. Also,
I do know that, and I can find that by another motorcycle special class.
Rochester.
Yoni about this.
Never talked to him in my life.
Just know he's from Rochester. We know.
Yeah, dude. Well,
yeah. Don't need those. No. They'll no longer be on that list.
I don't know.
What do you do for work?
Right now, I came here with like $5,000. Wizard? What do you mean? I came here from Hogwarts.
Here with $5,000. Yeah.
here in the Balkan, and they everybody started, and I was able to pay my rent. Well, so excited, and fast. True. World. Not a I was already sure I'll back out on the show. I was 20. So there we are. So me, the world. Oh, I $20 made. I go, oh, you know what I want? Let's double down. Let's go 40,000 for a minute of comedy. And so I won double the and be popping in on the show. So yeah, a lookout. The best. It was so much fun. It was silly. Yeah, fun. You got it. Oh, red. Yeah. You need to really like start to drink it. But right now, for no. But I'll tell you, get a poker. Well, I was. I paid my rent now, and the past few weeks, I had like a $4,000 down. So all in all, currently, hold on. But how are you? I mean, I'm gonna have right. I can't just take $1,000 I am. So it's in your heart. That's I talk about not like even if it was rent. Have like a uh, on a night train out at night. I mean, you got any? I'll over scratch. Are you carrying it around and down the spine? That's right. Anything else? I do have a girl. I can. Yeah. So.
one of those every called banana phone. You should go to that. I was there for that, and met her. I thought she was she's way out of my league, and we just started talking. Great, I bought her a drink. Point where I watched her married, and then I was like, all right, well, totally fair enough.
Playtime.
No, that's what I thought. That's the right word. That's one of Earth's.
Word for lot.
Yeah, so we could catch up together.
Yeah.
Let's not really stuff a little bit. Like, husband wasn't a let her watch.
Let her watch.
I just wondered. I don't know more of the reason for me. Much about him. So I'm going to my third friend as a friend, and I'm really like so I can be a friend, and and all the eventually like hours, but I didn't get text back. He says some of the personal stuff was her husband GSP, and then they started the
Incredible.
There he is. There he is right there.
I have a more question. Real story.
Yeah.
Is start hooking up with? Was it before she started having?
Again, but sure. Really can't talk
Well,
about it.
it's review. Was that a change?
Oh, not. But like, everybody's like, funny that like, well, left your husband. Like, stop talking. Work it out with help for
Finalize like the paperwork?
so it was in Texas. I was like, jail.
Really?
Before it's final. Yeah. Adultery for filing for divorce.
You don't have to worry about it.
No. Oh, well, I forgot.
Yeah.
Right. And they marketing. What else?
Play poker, use the Sonic. Incredible. Wild story.
Crazy.
This guy never watched her watch.
Again, because probably like around second anniversary. So I'm just watching this. But you're, you're gonna still watch that show.
Incredible.
I actually really
Great performance. Great. My friend. Wow.
great. That's a support.
Gonna be killed.
Does that hurt your feelings that someone like watched because of you? Like
Those are the people that aren't walking because of with the exact fan base that I want. And it's focused on in front of them, not with people. Or else like great Nazi. They formed a Nazi rally. And then again, even though these are the fourth days every goddamn day. All with Carlos, how much you paid on Clark. Goddamn ABC network of again. LA Clark giving me. Look at him over there. Look at him. He's on the playlist. It is time for one of our absolutely great regulars. I present a young man who is absolutely living everyone's dreams. David, this, that. We'll probably find out all about it real soon. This is a brand new minute. One of the top young rising comedians in the world. Dick Cam Hatters.
I'm proud of myself, dog. I got a girlfriend now who's dancing. And for the first time, I made that bitch come. Proud of myself. Yeah. Yeah, nigga. Yeah. Ain't no nigga nothing. Baby, I'm just no, I was gonna pay him. Night every time. Bad bitch, good night every single time. But this night, I just ain't this room. Didn't come. I said, come. Damn. Right? One thing that was different. Earlier that day, my girlfriend had to say, but all these bulldozers, ass white, real one that bitch, like a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I met him, like, I good, right? He's bitch. How you doing, bro? And I came. I was trying to go to the restroom, what the fuck on my leg? I just heard from the other room, lame ass, in the shit out of his face. They're like, he's in there hurting her. Oh my God, what's going on? And right when I started to think about it, the mushroom, that white foot out, and I felt my ass grab my back, rolled the point again, mushroom, and I put my shoes on with press. I made that. Oh, I just got that. Those noises you heard in the wall. Can you do this one more time? God. And they weren't fucking there playing women. What's up?
First come?
First come.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did you
Mushroom.
Yeah, but like remember like there's some thrusting motion with
Said it was. Oh no, nigga, wait a minute. I had put oh
you put you
yeah, nigga, I was butt ass naked. So
were wearing exclusively
on the shoes. On the shoes. Wow. Butt ass naked on the shoes on. And I was like, I get out fuck. Yeah. Yeah, he's going crazy. Think you're going even further if you wear golf. Okay. The fuck that's going spikes in them like how it for real. Oh, I never knew this. Look, white people shit. Hell yeah.
make sure it's not a water bed. We know you. Like the never come before.
Oh, that. How was that? And she be like, oh, I'll be like, damn, man, I don't really care, but I would like to know it. Man. What got going on over there? Figure it out.
Ready?
Like nighttime, brother. You know what I'm saying?
never know. One. There's a somebody called them. Heard that. Holy. Hey, who are these niggas, man? They're not cool. That guy, man. This guy, hell. Hey, who the fuck is that guy? You be nice, Brian. Who the fuck is that? You sound like when he comes. Jazz. Cool. Yeah. Really. We all came. Probably say nigga. Yeah. Who the fuck came? Normally, like, how long do you wait a minute, Rick? What you got going on, man? Every once in a while, it takes for so hard. Nobody that's random. Oh, what's that, man? Who's all having a good come quick? Fast as close, man. I got questions about this. Very. So, what else is going on in life? Yeah, a lot, man. I've been running around doing shit. I'm acting now. Be acting. Hell yeah.
What'd you say, girl? One more time. What up? What up? Thank you so much. You want to play literati? All right. Thank you for being here. All right. Give me. And all right. Dude, you just be happy. Enjoy yourself. Cool.
Importance of the world that I in this everyone. This podcast open phone. You're running a business. Know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. Every customer conversation matters. You need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need open phone is the #1 business phone system. It streamlines and scales your customer communication. It works 3 to 10 on your phone or computer, so no more carrying phones or using a landline. I know the world.
Tony, I love open phone. It's the phone. You're share one number and collaborate on shared inbox. Way right where the last person responds faster than ever. Why over 60,000 businesses trust.
Open Phone is offering our listeners 20% off for your first 6 months at openphone.com/Philton. That's OpenPhone.com. Having numbers and other service, the phone will port them over at no extra charge. Open Phone, no missed calls, customer. And back to the bucket we go, ladies and gentlemen. Make your next bucket full. We're going to be here all together.
What's up, Austin? I am Liv. I did just move to Austin. Greg, you don't have to. Okay, that was stupid. Sorry. Yeah, I did just move to Austin. My husband died last year, which is, pretty unfortunate. But men don't like to be told that women are better drivers. So, as a woman, I've just, I did always tell him I was a better driver. Unfortunately, it's just taking me seriously. Pretty much lost everything that's bad right now. Anyways, I also have anxiety, so anytime that I masturbate, I make me think of my dead mom. Like, I know I'm shaming God, but, like, grandma, my husband, though, he was a freak. I like to say that he's now watching it. My great. Yeah, I know.
Interview.
I love that.
Black. There he goes.
Did you notice? By the way,
Grandmother, everyone's done. Everybody's grandmother.
oh, here. Okay, for an answer.
We'll just
Hit a deer, did he?
no, just head real hard.
What happened?
I was trying to go off of,
Going around.
yeah, like,
Next.
2 in the morning,
Drunk? A little bit. But the limit
no problem.
never asked.
I mean, we started ways like 5 or 6. We were sorry. We were together that night. Literally went apart and
Together.
we were at a strip club.
And we're in a strip club. First,
Hard to right.
I think when
We got into an argument.
oh wow,
So there's
very counting that's a portal. Living trust.
there's a
Yeah.
tyrant.
Are you arguing about it? Like
I just wanted to okay.
kind of say okay. So kind of
Wanted to go and I
don't want to
okay. So we were down to wanted to go to strip club. I didn't go. We both, you know, I just not even strip club.
then guys we what was the last
I'm gonna go to my truck and I'm gonna go with you Freddy. So
when
I'll tell you. Nice.
you're how long you go to the
It'll be a year on the second.
over real quick? Okay. Very cool. I like it. You have a boyfriend now? Long did go right ahead. Come on the here. I happened. Why did it's covered it looks covered in like that's okay. That's back guy. Thank you. What do you do for work, Liz?
I'm a vet.
You're a vet. Oh, are you doing that?
Uh,
How much money do you
well, my mom,
20
probably like
how much rent? Ballpark. You live by yourself. Okay. So, get a job. Damn it. Oh, yeah. What do you do for fun, Liz? Hobby.
I have a dog.
Right. Having fun with your mom died back.
Funny story.
I know.
Oh, you'll love this. My mom died the day after I started yours. August 2023. I'm not joking. Like, I got a phone call.
out of your
Got hit by a car.
really? Wow.
I mean, I always wanted to, but not this. So. No.
Gonna hit run.
No, they got right.
What?
Right.
Right, but
All the way through.
Yeah.
Very your mom.
Yeah, close.
Right.
I was just wondering
I'd like
if
to say not for right.
Santa Claus carnival. It's there.
Tiger Pearl.
Oh wow.
Chloroform.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Congratulations. Now you know what life there and now you again. I just write an actual minute. Actually I'm on a little high and hard.
Like the depth.
But I last we pulled out of the right day for a minute, but it's unbelievable. I swear to God, I think I'm bringing it for the second time for one of the interviews in the history of ever show. Short away turns of Alex Karshu, everybody. Good. I've been going to the gym a lot lately. I've been trying to make my workouts change real life. Every time I do a squat, I could also lift my ball sack and off. I didn't always used to be big. I used to be really small. I was when my dad was the best. He said these meetings were preparing you for all the other 40-year-olds who are going to hit me with a belt and a shoe. You know, the thing is, though, he actually didn't own a belt. You have to go to the clothing store and get me one there. Yeah, it might sound bad, but I guarantee you, every time he hit me with a belt, he always did it in heel. Thank you. Wow, the return of Alex Karshoon. I've been looking forward to this for a whole week. Thank you, me too. No fucking the relationship we built last week. Full disclosure, black. Black. Disclosure, I'm also look out. We get
Closure on white.
so Alex, I love it too. Last week it was extremely questionable. I mean, yeah, Amazon came through. Wow. On tonight? Oh yeah. Wow. Look at that. How much was that? 75%. No.
The new depth elevator line. Prince.
Oh.
Good idea. Crazy. An elevator. Prince died in an elevator. I don't have an elevator. They found an elevator. Really? Yeah. No, that was 50. Another guy. That was that's him. He knows. No. I know that Harry Truman volcano. Yeah. Where did you learn that? I was just on Instagram just up. That's where you get all the great history. Not about it. Not many people know how did not happen. But Harry Truman Bible. Alex shit. Very got a brand new $5 off of Amazon and here's rocking the place gonna be party. Yeah. One do rag socks. Do rag and Alex work at a pizza. Yeah, I do delivery driving. I also I actually played a trumpet while I drive on hand sports. Play a trumpet like drive? Yeah, I played a trumpet while I drive and I used to laugh and run by with the on it. You got the trumpet. You have a trumpet. Of course. With you right now? Yeah, I bought it. I fucking trumpet. There you go. You gotta me. This guy, by the way, record us for the longest interview in the history of the show. We found them so goddamn interesting. At this point, during the 24-minute long interview, did he even shit playing the trumpet? Oh, interesting, this guy. Something from a garbage bag. Well, I guarantee you'll win professional. But let's sure, let's do it. Let's have the first Mexican trumpet. Here we the first ever trumpeter on the show's history. This is Alex. Perfect. Wow. Absolutely incredible. All right, now the professional. Oh shit. Got that one note that you missed. Oh shit. There you go. The free for all point. Harlan's a crush. Wow. Look at that. I was just riding around playing. I was like, for someone, my like, well, I guess you're the only guy. So, all right, like, that trumpet's actually really expensive. How do you? Well, I looked it up. I looked it up, and it's like you know, that's Thailand. We know what that. He's about to go. But, well, we don't want to talk about. We all do. Go ahead. Don't let anybody. It'll be all sometimes you go on skip once
want to do in Thailand?
Beach therapy.
I know, but that Thailand? No. You have no idea what the Thailand? No. Lady, blah, blah, blah. Oh, lady boy? Yeah.
Lady boy?
You want to get that lady boy? Oh. Lady boy cold. It's just low flat. Being Alex being for an agree with Alex. What else is going on? Well, I kind of texted my girlfriend. I was like, it's kind of weird randomly. Text your ex-girlfriend. Yeah, but like she called. Like an emergency. Everybody. Oh, well, I used to have a heart. I used I got fired from the job. And what happened? Oh, and then, like, last time I saw her, I gun in jail a couple times. For a weekend. For a weekend. Got a gun on you? I got a gun pulled on me, in Portland. He did the first thing I did was, tell this guy, pointing at me. I was shooting a gun. Okay, well, I said, did you? Hey, pretty much. What I said was, hey, you want to pulled it on you, and that's the first thing that you said. Wow. And then what did he? He said, all right. And he's doing it like this. The side of the cars is pointing up at me. Wow. Okay. Then you go. And you know, in the religion of Islam, is forbidden to stop. Doesn't say nothing about drawing a Billy. Oh wait, he's eternal. Eternal. You know?
I would have shot him immediately.
Yeah. The guy. Yeah. But then I saw this lady walking around, and I had a gun. What she said, I told her, no. Pop my stuff. She goes, why? And she's like, no, it's not. And I was like, oh. Like, I'm actually Turkey. Like, I know. And I was like, all right. Oh yeah. Lady and right. Perfect. Finally got closed though, because I got into points. Like, good for you, but this right. Yeah. I was like, oh, we're I'm the man. While the neighborhood was like that. But I'm the word. Word. But Alex, what else? Well, Monday was good for me. Last Monday. Tuesday was kind of rough. What's what happened on? I got a phone call from my apartment. There was like, I heard you had 8 dogs. We just wanted to know when. I was like, all right, well, it's been a long week. I got a couple new apartments lined up for, new strategy for a new apartment. A lot. Right. I have 2 dogs. You're gonna sneak in 8 dogs. Yeah. Punk that on. How did they find out? What are the odds the apartment building that I the next day talked about it? Well, it's like a home place that was just like
No, it's yeah.
yeah. you really realistically going to do for Carson rather than for
Well, first off, my chances of public.
They can't plummet if you've never. All right.
I was working on my teeth, like thinking like I'm gonna get more office, hang out. I was just like just about like they got it's not gonna work. You know, good.
able to pay it.
You look like a little bear.
No, I'm like black and blue and yellow.
You know.
What's the
Yeah. John, yeah. Go ahead.
You know you're not going to pay it.
I think I mean like it comes up the
Really?
like if you Google me already like there's like it's already like it was already dicey like
How do you prank the guy off?
Yeah, what exactly?
Jump.
well like basically like I had like shoulder surgery make myself but no I think and I was just like that would be funny like I look at crank anchors. I was like oh crank anchor crank phone on him. What I did was I just called up the was that hotline. This was just like you know, I'm gonna do it and then like the house comes together to make that like watch film. And then like my brother came in, he's like, oh hey Peter, what are you doing? Oh no, Peter, what happened? They split the phone. What'd you like an hour later I'm like making eggs.
I'm gonna film myself right now. Let's.
Yeah, it doesn't really come up. How do you spell your last name again?
AR O
Put a friend.
yeah, he used to be a French
You used to.
my dad
What's your dad's name?
uh,
Oh.
No, but,
Oh, wow.
holy shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not here. Oh.
How do we is it
so I had the audio too. Take down the article pretty went out of business. So it's just kind of stuck there.
Alex Parshun says Alex Parshun involved in an incident where he made a prank call to hotline which led to his arrest. Charged with second-degree falsehood reported disorderly conduct. Is that true? Incredible. Only will get a break for being arrested for pranking a suicide under a
I had a arrest one time charge. That was like a class felony. So basically, my friend was like, I'm gonna go. My friend was like, bunch of country. I was like, I like, I'll do it because I'm like, go for the ride.
to go along for the ride.
Wow. Okay. And then like the thing is like, driver is like on the spectrum a little bit. Like not in the bad way, but like this was terrible because like I was in the front seat, like taking a nap, and like the cop, you know, go. But how does the cop? You know what I mean? Like, but right before bed, like I was there. I went to car. Yeah, I was braiding my hair. Just well, if I get arrested, like I want to stop. And like I actually did wake up to a cop on the window, and I was like,
Rated at that point? Wow. Get the magical shot.
I really did.
Alex
So
Parshun.
if you go on my YouTube, like episode 4.
You have a cartoon too.
Yeah, you have a wild cartoon.
So basically, black and then
What's it called?
called Nigga Nigga.
That's right. This can ask anything. Something we found out about last week. Time flies.
Kids?
Not
Who's
really.
it for?
People like not
Deals here.
like yeah. Yeah, Red Band trying to do your cartoon and just yeah. And then cartoon they'll just put stuff. So Alex, the last thing that nothing. You know, out there getting having what I bring it your size brand those things up. Like,
Because it's great time.
there you go, Alex. A pair of my favorite shoes.
Oh,
Great. Put 'em on. Should bring that's they would have check. Really ran
I think we're that after week. I'm reading last week. His whole like
birthday. We already talked about the thing. It's out of the right, but
really your do-rag, bro. It's like a
my hair gets really frizzy, like the hot heat around here.
yeah.
So I tried.
How do you feel about the matches? $1 million bucks.
Really like a Hollywood car.
Like a Hot Wheels car.
You know, the top of a hot, very, very definite elevator, if you will.
Oh, that joke doesn't work. I already tried it.
We're gonna throw those old shoes. We throw them over to like the telephone line. Yeah. If you want to, yeah. Congratulations. Shoot another thank you very much. There you go. There you go. Got in for this. $5 on Prime.
Nice to man. Those are it'd be inappropriate. How much that inappropriate? A rocket that cost.
Yeah, I think they were like $120. They're my favorite shoes, so I got them a pair of my
It's funny. That's nice right there.
store,
Nice.
and I was surprised how great they are. They're my favorite. All right, it's for your next one. Let's start, everybody. Here we go. Hey, my grandpa is not a big sports fan. In fact, I think his favorite sport is Family Feud, because every episode they put a white family versus a black family. My grandpa, diehard Whites fan. I'm saying that. He fucking loves those guys. I think the worst day of his life was when Harvey took over.
He just felt like the ref is on their team. That isn't fucking fair, you know? Like, you think Steve is rigging the game? Like, I'm watching a nice family-friendly show, and my grandma's watching the show, they're like, what family? A word that white people can't say. You hear the black guy go, good answer! Good answer! I never want to excuse my grandpa for his racism, but he grew up part of the 1940s. If he died of racism today, they would say he died because what he loved. Thank you. So it, yeah. Right? The thing with you, Jesus, why? I love sorry. Sorry. Nicholas, first time, sir. Well, for you. 26. Been on half year. Work. I work at a Mexican restaurant. What do you Mexican restaurant? I'm going up to the Mexican ladies and being like, hey, and they're like, that's a lot of it. But most of you serve it and, you know, get back. So if they're like, can I get you? Be all right? Okay. It's been serving 4 months. 4 months. Before that, I was playing professional rugby. Rugby. Yeah. We're getting play rugby. $90 an hour. Well, they paid us 4 hours a week, so track. Then we spend like day. Hey, what? I bumped up my collarbone one time in a rugby game, and I was walking off field, and another fella came on the weak side, bumped it back, and I couldn't move my arms like a week. They jerking off really hard. Oh, okay. Yeah. I still did it. You're left-handed? Yeah. Incredible. Crazy. Rugby. No, yeah, I'm fast. I'm really fast. And that cheerleader. Yeah. I did in high school. That was you were a cheerleader. Yeah. I did. I picked up the energy. Well, right. Give us some of your best years. Yeah, I mean, I was a base. I didn't really do that. And I just give us some of your most. I can do a toe touch. Okay. Ladies. The first of the evening. Wow. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Wow. Yeah. Very impressive. Do that motion. Yeah. Yeah. My dad's gonna hate everything about what happened. I'll tell you that. Your dad, if I could wear enough. Hey, don't say that. Well, he probably wasn't going to like the show anyway because I was. So let's talk about it. Very stuff with your grandpa real? Yeah, so he watches Family Feud all the time. I mean, I've never really seen him be like, oh, no, he's pretty nice, but yeah, it's not. He thinks, yeah. He thinks the host cheap. Yeah, because the black family actually eats a lot, and that blows his mind every time. Like he'll sit there and he'll be like, that's on the board, that's on the that's bullshit and a half. And then he'll be like, the black person will answer, you're like, hey, why would anybody think that? And then he goes, this is bullshit. He gets, I love this. Oh yeah, he's incredible. You ever video record him? Not at all. You should. I would love to do that. Yeah, great idea.
watch a and watch.
I mean, I always say that, like, kind of watching. So if I've been gone for a while, I forget how racing. But I love my grandpa, so I go back and almost just like cracking open a cold one after day. You know, I'm like, I can't enjoy this, but goddamn, is it fun every single time?
Watch basketball and yell at white people.
So he refuses to watch basketball. He does not consider that an American sport, I don't believe. But
Son plays Australia.
yeah, I don't know about that. Must be being. I got a little sad. Oh no. Thank you.
What's the most racist thing you've ever heard your grandpa?
I actually have an answer. The most racist thing
Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
doesn't even involve you. I was.
Yes, we are. Audie, are you there? How was your day, Miss Aquarius? How's your foot? I can't hear her either. Miss Aquarius, how's your foot? Miss Aquarius, you're falling apart. Word. Well, that's good. That's good.
know I got it. I know I got it. I know it's some herbs or something like that. I'm tired of taking medication. I don't want to keep taking medication.
Yeah. Just look at things that are in.
I know I got arthritis. I think I'm being bio. I'm a representative again.
Audie, what's your status?
Huh?
Is it raining?
It's not raining yet. We're not getting more rain until Wednesday. Okay. Got a scepter. Howdy. But it might just have to be me and you playing.
Audie,
Trying to wait on.
what's going on?
Sorry, I have to log in.
Okay.
Log in.
I don't know.
Why did you uninstall it? What happened?
Because you're playing with my
Oh, okay. I know she just playing. I know she.
No, I mean what I
No, girl. Why would you uninstall it? Because I'm playing with Rabbi.
we talked. But
Huh?
I
Yeah.
Can you log back in?
Alright, so we do it.
Did you get my invite? Alright, well, I sent it like 5 times.
Yeah, you don't have to cancel that.
Audie, are you logged back in?
I don't think she see it. Aya, do you see it?
Audie, can you hear us?
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have to slow down.
Okay, I just sent it again. You're under your normal account, right? Audie Dusky?
That's what I was saying. I have to call the council today, and we need to go home and
I understand what you're saying. I just can't cancel the game. I thought it was on. Well, because we're waiting on you. We can't play the game. Just one moment. I'm sending you. Okay, I understand. I understand. Audie, no, don't resign. Don't resign. Don't. I just sent you it in the chat. It says join bowling, go to game. Look at your chats at the very bottom. Do you see it? Game started. There we go. All right. Almost, Mr. Aquarius. All right. Get a strike, girl. There you go. Nice spare. Oh, boo. Garbage. Oh, great spare, Miss Aquarius. Great spare. Boo. Boo. All right, here we go. Got it. Boo. Get it. Nice spare, Miss Aquarius. Hardy takes the lead. Not good, not good. Get it, Miss Aquarius. That was right on.
Got it. Come on.
Nice strike. Nice bear. Three strikes in a row. Ooh. Not even close. Get it. Whoa. Nice win, Audie. One more. Good. Spare. Come on. Get it. Nice spare. Get it. Ooh. I'm gonna get this though. I'm gonna get that. It's a split and I'm gonna get it. Oh, are you serious? Garbage. Good spare. You're welcome. Nice spare. Get it. Garbage. Get this. That's what I'm talking about. Nice strike. Oh, that was bad. Just threw it right in the gutter. Not good either. Miss Aquarius gonna run away with this one. Get it, girl. Get it. Oh, how did it curve? Perfect strike. Perfect strike. Oh, she made the comeback. Look at you. She's got 3 strikes in a row. Get 4. This is going to be her high score. High score, girl. Hey, I still think 89. That's a really good score. Thank you. Good job. 2 wins, girl. Excellent. Sweet dreams. We'll see you in the morning, Miss Aquarius. Take care. And we hope you feel better. You're welcome. I'm going to try to say this. I love you. What did you say? She's going to pray for your foot. She loves your foot. Thank you. And I got in the car with that guy. That guy? Flying around those good white folks, around some kind of jungle. Now, what you thinking? Oh, shit. Don't be mad at him. He's not racist. You just like racist grandpa? Oh, okay, perfect. Well, I mean, I feel a lot of videos that I play chess and hard fun. I like to golf, so I do. I have a late, yeah. Big fan of her being down. Yeah, she's a good lady. I would. Well, I'm a Protestant mother. Yeah. Happy right. Yeah, island hero. Well, she's in her master's in college right now. What is she getting her master's? Diet. She's bigger girl. Big Rob.
pay attention. Why she
Yeah, she says she wants to help me. And, like there's so many other ways you can do that. But she likes food and she likes to help me. I don't know. But
how long have you been with her?
here, oh,
It's unbelievable. Do all that work.
man, there. I really don't like traveling to the United States because I'm a small guy. I am also afraid of heights. I
You're afraid of
am afraid of heights. Uh, oh, we're in Colorado once, and it was scary, but not the whole time. But like when you get on like a ledge, you look down, so you're gonna fall. The best answer I know.
never been arrested.
Never been arrested, but I should have been several
What,
times.
what do you think you should have been arrested?
Well, when I was in high school, my buddies would drive around Jack Daniels bottles, and then we would chuck them out the window. And sometimes we put like a little $20 bill in them, stuff like that.
Wow.
It's not like $50.
No, I exit one of those.
Yeah,
Tried to stop real quick.
sure.
Anything else crazy? Grandpa was racing.
Here's the thing with Grandma. Grandma pretends not to race.
Oh, let's go.
So it's watching family TV and Grandpa's going off, and she's like, "Now, Dale, you can't be saying that around the grandkids, you know." Eventually, they'll repeat it for the grandchildren.
Oh, wow.
Like Grandma, she's a nice lady.
Yeah. Not
Yeah. And that's the crazy thing is, I think they, I'm not gonna go, man, you're wrong for that. I just go, yeah. Actually, that's true. Because I was at my grandma's friends one time, and my grandson, he's like us. I was like, I like bluegrass. I do like bluegrass, Grandpa. Man, my dad is gonna be so good.
perfect. That means you're doing.
Like,
You ever sit around with the sandwich?
yeah, no, we never know what's going on.
You will. You will.
Got on the show. You did it. A little low talk there. More some noise. Represent for Cassandra Hartford, every Hartford. There. Here is Cassandra Hartford, everybody. Make some noise for Cassandra.
My cousin called me on the way earlier today to let me know how expensive it was the accessory job. We got 12% of his name. That and only 12% of that. which one's worse. None of them have ever seen a ballot. Wait, did they let retards vote in Texas? They do. You can tell I grew up prejudiced. I thought everyone down was related. One big old family. Bums. You guys hear about the big bankruptcy? You know, they employ all retards in America. What are we gonna do with all those girls? That's my time.
Cassandra Hartford actually pretty good for an audience. Incredible. Retard 11 times your stuff, but they say you're left the word. Welcome. We've got our own cool girl. Very Korea. And all of well, brings you to Austin, Texas. You live
I do not live where I live in Florida.
part of Florida.
Melbourne, Orlando.
You're just in Austin.
Just visiting Austin. I came in for a concert.
What concert? Heard of it. You know about like, how do you know about that? I can't remember. I think it's great. Girls?
Nope, you do. Kyle.
Here, look at my little culture code over here. I never knew you had an name.
Is it like country music?
Not country.
Oh, their biggest song is Slave. Kind of a theme tonight. Anybody's but race is a thing in my reputation right now, and stuff like this don't help at all. I'm here for a concert. Any in Pharaoh. I'm from their flight. The whole guy. About all right. And what's your story? Were you married? A big diamond on that finger? Oh. How long you been married for?
I mean, for about 3 years.
Let me just tell you. Let me just. But married guys. Why do you think you've been engaged for 3 years?
He already pulled the trigger. I haven't planned a wedding.
But it's up to you. Why are you wedding?
I just have to very like flowers. That whole like best thing, like it's like it's not a problem.
Every girl's you know, like Zeus.
I don't want to be judged by you, first of all.
Whoa, look at that.
Whoa.
Just call me
Summers. What do you do for work?
Yes, dude, it's Hartford. Board. I own a. The fur just gets that 12% retard. You know, clean out of that.
It is.
Yeah. I own a commercial real estate brokerage.
Wow, look at that picture. And it's funny. You have a nice home.
I don't live in my car like the rest of you guys. So sorry. I just
Oh yeah.
get like a regular
What kind of a car do you have?
fucking Tesla.
You don't like Tesla?
I just look like I drive a Tesla.
They're great. I fucking love Teslas, but everybody that has a Tesla loves them. Yeah. What do you feel like you're the maggot comedy, right? Just putting a bullseye on my back and no, I just like I that's what I want. It used to be. Yeah.
Same with the planet.
Yeah.
Oil, gas.
Same with all the people that they're
on Amazon for $50, they have these things where you can take off the logos and put Honda Prius. And people think it's
cool. Thanks. Honda Prius.
Or even in your case, you can put retard on it.
Everyone will know it's you. The retard girl. That's that dog forward. What do you do for fun, Kendra? This? Stand up. How long have you been on stand up for? 5 hours. So like in total, you know, like right. Time. Right. From 5 hours ago? No, like just 5 hours. Wrote that for your retard jokes and I did today. No, so on stage, on and on, yeah, he's trying to get me to say a year and a half. Red Venom. What? But if he understood. Oh, he does. Okay, now. I want to hear it from you. Not fucking Red Venom. On and off for about a year, full time on 5 hours. So, you've been first about a year and a half. Correct. Okay. Hours. Like 8 years. And it's like, how much time on stage? That your way much dumber than their way.
We don't say dumber, we say
yeah. There you go. We best what's happening right now. People hate the
minute show.
Yeah. So in a year and a half, I live in a market. Make friends, more friends. Realistic. Are you good at commercial? Yeah. So good at it. Like especially it does.
We're down to 7.
Where did you meet your via? Met at a comedy. A comedy? Were you before? It was not. No one. Mike and over. Random. Room is hot, so like, whoa. You guys didn't realize the look better. Why the fuck is that? Very front pocket. Cassandra, most interesting thing about your life before I let you go. Oh God, I was your mom. Were? Twice. Oh, how old are your kids now? 17 and a half. So, what? They're almost 18, almost 17. So they're almost adults. Yeah. And I have to. Give us city. I hope so. Don't know. I mean, they interact with them, but it's let them not know how the birds and the bees. You're fucking around. so embarrassed by how. Old Florida Curry. What happened? Old Brony. Old crap. Can I ask? Daddy. Daddy. Was a teenager and he said, "Hey, don't have a that so it's not to do with the car or something like on the I respect that. No, like in the basement or something. In a bedroom. Race car bedroom. Do you remember if there were dark? Dark. Okay, were the parents in the house you were doing it? Probably. Probably in the garage, ripping cigarettes. That's why he parents were there. Did you ever do it at your house or always did. Why not your house? It was rough. Yeah, it was a rough house. My bedroom was the carpet house. Yeah. Any pretty bad stuff. You know, it really is rough upbringing. Raised. Wow. Wow. We never got the head stick. Sandra lived in a car. I had nothing inside of her in my race car bed. I'm like, no way. Other than other though. Where's Joe White at? Get him out there. Where's he at? Some of you, but we have a house for the 100 money for her. Where is how about this? Where's it? Oh, look at that guy. Wow, look at fucking over here. Holy shit. And how about him? It's like he's old boy in the day. I do the old fucking dump guy coming at the same time. Guy do the called the managed people. Old creme de la creme. The old where the fuck is Joe White? Joe White. There's Joe White, everybody. Here he is, gentlemen. There he is. There he is. Wait, take her with Joe. For her mic. We got a mic for you. Great. Batty. Let's do a version of the Forrest Gump, but not exactly so that it's puffy. And then, so I want you to carport. Ready? One. Couldn't have sex at her place because she lived in a carport. Perfect. Perfect. Podcast boards, I swear to God, we swear to God. All right. How about a hand for Joe White? We love you. Okay. The picture at the last number. The photographer for Paul Revere back in the day. Pretty great. That was. Here is a big joke book, and we're gonna give it to you, even though your was just okay. I like your energy, your attitude, your heart. Oh, that's what happens. Your hand in your pocket. Not ready. you laugh. Okay, so okay, so I went to get a physical the other day, right? And I get to the doctor's and I show my insurance card, and they're like, "Oh, with your insurance, we can only take the site and your weight." So they took me in the back and they made me look in the mirror and just told me how bad I was. I'm like, I'm not that bad. Like, definitely gonna need glasses. So there was a lot of hot girls at the library today, but I didn't talk to any of them because it's hard to be charming when you have to. So instead, I just sat down next to them. I read Eating Pussy vigorously highlight. I swear to God, man, if one more person says it looks exactly like George Floyd, I'm gonna. You know me, the classic incel. One time I had sex with a local on an air mattress. I've never been more out of breath. Shit. Wow. Show on. Almost. Wow.
We heard from every bucket full all night tonight.
Every joke, yeah.
Yeah.
Every joke. Big laugh. Go, bud.
Incredible. And you've been on this show before, right?
Yeah.
Not go that well last time, right?
I think, I think
showing growth. It happens. How long you stand up?
4 years.
4 years. All of it here in Austin.
2 years in Austin, 2 years in Albany.
Another incredible. Wow. Congratulations. What do you do for work?
I'm a cook at a restaurant nearby.
Oh. Yeah.
A lot of sushi, dude.
Boy. I wanted to be a hibachi. We get the black guy's mouth in. But they wouldn't hire me.
We almost had a big ending. We got to chop another minute.
Incredible.
I'm a prep cook, and the sauce guy just got hired today, so I got. Yes.
You know,
Big. Only.
yeah.
I put that.
No doubt about it. See what I was.
Fucking.
People want. Have you ever seen squat?
What's the best Austin you're on over the
Oh, I think they were healthy. Like, edamame.
well together that first letters both words.
Okay. I see your point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Point. Correct.
You're goddamn right. You fucking like
Don't worry about it, DM.
people get shot. They want to get goddamn fucking at it. Getting off whole joke.
Oh, fuck.
Big one. A little one, right?
I'm gonna do my best.
How old are you?
23.
What's the longest set you've ever done?
Well, I did 20 minutes on my.
Yeah. Red band? He's gonna say.
Do it.
Right.
Love it. Love it.
Congratulations.
My favorite Kentucky Derby horse here was Flying Mohawk. I love that name, and I think my least favorite name in the Derby here was Davide Killer. I asked Redband if he had a horse, what would he name it? He says, "There goes the neighborhood." That's pathetic, Redband. You a morbidly obese murderer on the road will cause property executed, and that's bad. But Rosie O'Donnell says she has a crush on Lyle Menendez, who, along with his brother, has been in prison for the last 35 years for killing his parents. I know this goes without saying, but Lyle, stay away from that crazy bitch. You'll ruin your reputation, Lyle. Just kidding, Tony. That's what I'm dating you. 50 seconds from the. So I was 3 seconds off. Tony, really? God. Fuck. It sucks, man. I was thinking that was for sure a minute. I was picturing more laughter for the joke, but I was thinking it was going to be right at a minute. But I was 3 seconds short. What are camo shorts you're rocking tonight, William? We've never seen Tony. I was on Facebook. I scrolled through. I followed these Facebook, and I was scrolling through it. And I got this for I'm doing 1,000 meters since January 1st. Wow. I'm planning on hitting 1,000,000 in sponsoring. You're going to be proud of me. Sponsoring St. Children's Research Hospital. Whoa. For each dollar I raise, I have all these different donors, and here I go, they're giving me $1. You have different donors? I have a couple different donors. People who are down with health insurance. Why are you laughing at that, fucking weirdo? You're about to be hooked up one of the dumbass when you're dying in the fucking hospital. And I wish I was wrong. I'm trying to get you on the fucking road. Your shorts look like different Cam Patterson's better. Whoa, Red Man recycling just 45 minutes ago. Nailing it. You do that? How do you remember? Harlan sent them to somebody else, and he does them. It's incredible. Master of the craft. It was really funny when the girl was talking about all the death in her life, car crashes. And that Red Band, you're pretty funny. I love the leaves all over your shirt, your shorts, when you're ashing down. I know. What made you fall in love with the camo shorts? Are you hunting on your knees? No. I don't know, Tony. Your boys, let's go. Even Lucas smirked. No, I went duck hunting once, Tony. It was the saddest thing. Oh my god, I was with my buddy Jordan, and I remember we were hitting fence on the way to his property in Tennessee, and Jordan was hitting it while we were driving, which was scary, and then we ended up shooting shotguns, and I think that's why I have tinnitus right now. We didn't have earplugs or anything. We ended up got a couple of ducks, and I just was thinking, like, two buddies, fine, and what cares? So I'm never going to participate. I'll eat them, but I don't want to participate. How often? Yeah. Oh my gosh, Tony. Probably once a week. Wow. Here's something called duck. Eating duck. Okay. Eating duck. Sounds like you're going. Poached duck. Ooh. Poached duck. Yeah. Duck. What Donald? Korea City, duck. Wait, Korea City's not a place. And that was the lighting guy tried to jump in on that one. Yeah, trying to help me. Thank you, dumbass. You kind of made it worse. Wow. How about yeah, Tony, hey, dude. It smelled like it.
Yeah.
And it was
Oh my gosh, it was a yellow. Ooh. Yeah, it was chocolate. Ooh. Chocolate.
blue heron.
Blue heron. Yes, I love it. Flamingo. Never. The restaurant.
The other day. I mean, come on, flamingos. They're pink. What do they even smell like? Quack, quack. Wow, Red Band waited a long time for a gift flamingo. Oh, wow.
Weirdly enough, that's what his mom was doing. Oh my dick.
Oh, here it is.
Weird bird cutting. Weird. I'm sorry, Red Band. I've been trying to be nicer, but when you were kind of faster in the stick, it's fucked up. Seriously.
You're very excited about the partnership with Neil.
Yeah, we talking lymphoma. We are talking cancers. We're talking bone cancers. We're talking different kinds of blood cancer. What's the most popular lymphoma? No, but other one. What else? Yeah, a lot of leukemia.
How about are there any more cans?
Yeah, maybe a little skin cancer. No, I have right now. So I should.
Oh, what kind of skin cancer?
Fuck, on my left arm.
Trying to get the party started here. We're trying to get a little momentum.
Messed up with the duck thing. I was trying to take a different ancient city, Tony, but I first.
You got melanoma on your arm, my guy?
Well, I don't know yet. Oh, and that's how the other one started.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you get a biopsy?
Not yet.
Oh, wow. Really? Can I come?
If you want,
I'd love to see
I sit in there. I need to there.
your biopsy.
Alright.
Oh, what a treat.
Thing. Here's the thing.
Very well, because I'm not going to be there.
Red Band laughed
Pretty hard. I don't know if you caught that.
I thought I heard. I thought it.
But I'll be there, guy. I'll be there.
Okay.
Go with me. Whatever we have to do. That is by you.
There's news. Yeah. Okay.
Your parents. Now, let me ask you this. Let's say you treat over the hospital, all the beds, override. It turns out the plan growing backfired. Great. So much is growing. If there's no longer a bed available, what would you say to kids out there that have cancer at St. Jude's?
I have made you motherfuckers $3 million since January. I get it. You have or something. You're gonna have to get out of the fucking bed. My uncle lives in Memphis. I have a dear uncle who lives in Memphis. He lives in the pool house. Live in the pool house. I get this bed. First ever to be receiving the services research hospital. I will be the first call. You have to leave. Go to my fucking uncle's house.
And what he says, he stops.
Take them down! What if he fucking get my knife out of my pocket and run it along his foot and say, what this thing, your fucking foot out of your bed, get the wheelchair, get in my car, hell, because that's where you're gonna die, dumbass.
Perfect way to answer that. This has been, believe it or not, number one comedy world. Like, how about one more for the Silver Goat, Harlan Williams? Thank you. Check out, of course, we already, but make sure to check out the cast there without a doubt. Guest of the year, our reigning, defending. Shout out to Jay Styles and Sean Greenberg for joining the band tonight. One more time, Michael Gonzalez, Raul Carlos, but drawing the right, his skin is incredible. Check that out. Carlos, a lot like people. But Chris Rogers wrote a little piece of your eye. While craft man around the world, business booming, renting. Pick up the Sunset ATX.com every Thursday. Your show, love time. Absolutely. Square Garden for making stuff before me. Your favorite characters on the show. Things that Square Garden. I don't know if you know this, but last time I was there, I got a little bit of trucks. So it'll be fun to be back at my favorite arena in the world, the most famous arena in the world. Tickets are on Sony. That's about it. Live audience, thank you guys. We love you. You guys, thank you, everybody.
Sunset Comedy in Austin now open. Check out Red Man's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstx.com.
how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence?
I think they saw what they saw.
Start showing up in 1947.
How hard do you think it is really?
What do we believe in? Technologies. Because there's form of right. But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something else here with you. And there's something that's, as you watch it.
You are a professor at Stanford studying biology. The organism at the level of individual cells. Let me ask first the big ridiculous philosophical question. What is the most beautiful or fascinating aspect of biology at the level of itself?
The micro nano machines that proteins make and become, that to me is most interesting. The fact that you have basically dynamic computer within every cell that's constantly processing the environment. And at the heart of it is DNA, which is a dynamic computation process. The DNA code, it codes and codes and codes, and number one,
How does that being on the philosophical question, it's both scientific and philosophical. How does life on Earth? How does at every level, very first step and fast complex.
well, I think you have to take one more step back, right? All of the so-called particles or the ways that people think the universe is made of appears immediately in computation process. And embedded in that is biology, right? All the atoms of a protein that are within that computational nature. My point is computing towards something is created God that I do, but it is created or at least allow for more. And so DNA, if you ask me where does it come from, all the way back to Richard Dawkins, the way I look at DNA though, not moment context of the body and the environment in which it's. I want to ask the question of where and how does information word DNA, although it's only base pairs long, contains more information than I think higher computational memory resources or current technology. Because what you are is both what you are as an egg all the way through to right, and it embodies and so computational reservoir of information and expectation that so actually I would sort of turn it around a different way. If you wanted to create the best memory storage system possible, engineer what it is to create a memory system that is not just linear version, but is also everything that it can become.
Talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment competing today. You're talking about trying to optimal their environment,
right?
Do you reverse engineer that computer? Oh, what do you mean by
so with large right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain that's 3 billion, right? But DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you live and grow and become. So all the information that is here, right, is actually not only embedded in the DNA, but is embedded in the context of the world in which you develop, right? But so all that information though is packed into expectation.
Which is so like that actually towards outside the body.
Exactly. Information is stored outside because of the context of expectation. But interesting.
Yes, as a, I mean, if you live on this point, were to run Earth over again a million times, how many different versions of this type of computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you assume the state, right, and it's not all pre-programmed, you know, that there is some sort of, let's say, variation in random, you would get as many different versions of life as, and I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into the substrate of the universe, it would always be left-handed protein, right?
But I wonder with flap of a butterfly wing what uh, effects it has because it's possible that it's really good at finding efficient answer, and maybe efficient answer there's only a small finite set of them for this particular environment.
Exactly. That's the kind of, in a way, the anthropomorphic universe of the multiverse expectation, right? Probably kinds of universes out there if you multiverse. Clearly, we only live in the ones where the rules are such that life like ours can exist.
So using that logic, how many alien civilizations do you think are out there? There's like trillions of environments, aka planets, or how many lifelike organisms do you think are out there thriving? Maybe how many are
I think, well, innumerable. I think in terms of
greater than zero?
much greater than zero. I mean, I would just be surprised, right, of all that space for us if we're never going to get there. That was my first think about it. But second, I mean, I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and I would love if any of your listeners could find this National Geographic. I remember opening the page of a National Geographic. I was about 2 years old, and it was sort of a current picture of the universe. It was around probably. I just remember looking at it and thinking, what kinds of empires have risen and fallen in that space that never known? And isn't that sad that we know nothing about it? So, and so I've always been a reader of science fiction because I like the creative ideas that people come up with. I especially like science fiction writers that base it in science, but base it also in evolution. That if you evolve a civilization from something lifelike, right, some sort of biology, its assumptions about the universe will come from the environment in which it grew up. But for instance, Larry Niven is a great writer, and he imagined different kinds of civilizations. In some cases, what happens, happens if intelligence evolved from a herd animal, right? Would you lead from behind, right? Would you be, you know, in his case, one of them was so-called tears. And to them, the moral imperative is cowardice. You put other people forward, run the risk for you, right? And so he writes entire books around that premise. There's another guy, David Brin is his name. He writes the so-called Uplift Universe books. And in those, he takes different intelligences, each from a different evolutionary background, and then posit a civilization based around where and what they came from. And so, to me, I mean, that's just fun. But I mean, back to your original question is, how many are there? I think as many stars as how many are currently there. I don't know. That's the whole that's the whole question of, how long can a living information last before it runs out of steam? And you, for instance, does it just get bored or turns out something else, or say, I'm up and I'm done?
What is running out of steam? Like, it could be destroy itself before.
Or we've done everything we can. They just decide to stop. I don't know. I just
That Elon Musk worried that we stop reproducing or go down the reproduction rate to where the population can go to zero.
Can go to zero and we can't, and we collapse. I mean, the only way to get around that is perhaps enough machine AI. There it goes.
Possibly go wrong. But the people that storage people, what is the most fascinating to you of these UFO encounters or that people?
The similarity of them, uniformity of the stories. Now, I just want to say, a lot of people think that when I speculate, I believe something. That's not true, right? Speculation is just creativity. Speculation is hypothesis. None of what I hear in terms of the anecdote do I necessarily learn it true. But I still find them fascinating because at some level they're still thought. Once you start to hear same story again, then you have to think there might be something to it. Maybe it's some kind of a Jungian background in consciousness that creates these stories again and again as coming out of the DNA, coming out of that pre-programmed something. Jung talked quite a bit about this kind of thing, the collective unconscious. But actually, one of the most interesting ones I find is constant message that you're not taking care of. This came long before climate change. It came long before many kinds of, let's say, current around care of it. And so, for instance, perhaps the best of the story out of like 50 or 60 children one afternoon in Zimbabwe, well-educated children who had time playground soccer. They saw, and they all ran into the teacher. They told the same story, and the message all of them got was not taking. And it got, there's actually a movie coming. This and 30 years later now, the people, children, grown up, say it happened to us. It didn't happen. An hallucination by something material. I don't know. But these kids were 7. You see them on video. And so, whether it's real or not, I don't know. But I find that fascinating. And again, it's these unconnected stories of individuals. Same story. That is worthy of further inquiry.
Yeah, so here we are, humans, talking about past, trying to understand what is a tracking ideas. They make us wonder. If you think, if you worry about them, you hear what direction. If you worry about them, you hear what direction. This kind of idea that we're not taking care of our world. That's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. That's hopeful because that means
we're a bunch of angry, and maybe whatever intelligence we're also keeping an eye on. That you don't want a bunch of the angry monkey troop stomping around the local galactic arm.
Do you think these folks think they saw?
I think they saw what they said they saw, but I also think they saw what they were shown. I mean, go back to the whole notion of, okay, how long has this been around? It didn't just start showing up in 1947. Right? There are stories going back the 1800s of people who there in their farm field class. It's in local newspapers from the 1800s. It's fascinating. But if you go further back, so to your point, how would you, the higher end, represent yourself to a lesser? Well, let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself with spirits and give messages through that. Once you get a little bit more civilized, and you show yourself God, then you're God, but you don't believe in God anymore. What do we believe in? We believe in technology. Show yourself technology. Right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something here with you. And there's something that's, as you said, watching. And at least watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any good parent, you don't tell your students everything. Make them learn. And learning requires mistakes. If you tell them everything, then they get lazy.
You looked at the brain or information in the brain that have that. What's coming from the brain?
So the study started with a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that brought and their MRI to ask about the damage that had been. Turns out that the majority of those patients immediately that part of the story ends the injuries. Almost all man is that's somebody else's problem. But when we were looking at the brains of the basal in many of them, first we thought it was basically patch that we thought was damaged. But then it's showing up in everybody. Actually, other sure that issue. That's actually the head of the caudate. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, psychiatrist, what is the basal ganglia? The basal ganglia is just about, and nerve and motor. That's odd because these other papers that we were reading at the time started to suggest that it would involve higher intelligence is actually downstream of executive function and involved with intuition and planning. And if you think about it, you're going to have motor control centralized in place. Motor control requires you don't want to move something and hit the or if you're walking across a room, want to be aware and cognizant into. So obviously, all of that planning requires access. It requires access to desires and memory, knowledge of where and what you want, and I should walk nearby. Like they use the example of we were at a party, that person, the leader's about to drop something, all without thinking. So that actually, all that planning is done in the basal, and it's actually now called the brain. It's a goal process. Subservient executive. So what we think we found there was not something which allows people to think I think we found is a form of higher functioning process. So what we then looked at, and we then at families of those index cases, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, the most fascinating part, probably looked out about 200 just random cases downloaded off the database. You don't see this higher activity. You only find it in what Green has called higher functioning people. Or call them, I don't have to, but it was from my family, right? Found it in brother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So if you had a group of 20 individuals, two husband and wife pairs had it, and yet it's only found in about 200. The two individuals together had it. Applied either a restricted reading or a fraction. The reason why it's in, let's say, so-called experiencers or people, if intuition is the ability to see something that other people don't mean that in, but being able to see something just crazy that other people actually, well, maybe that's a function of our kind of say, well, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something and I recognize it. Not what it is, but that it is something different than is found in.
Yeah, I have a that I seem to see the magic in a lot of moments. I have a obviously not obviously chemical nature that I just excited about life. I love life. I love life. It feels like I'm high a lot. Unlike mushrooms and stuff like that, really it does not to detect something about the environment. Maybe others don't. I don't know, but like I seem to be over the top grateful to be alive on a lot of that's in there somewhere. And it's kind of interesting because it really is true that our brain brought up also genetic enables life in the world. Um, people are more receptive to novel information. They see the magic, the possibility, novel, right? As opposed to kind of finding the pattern common, regular. Some people are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people find this, huh, pattern weird, excited with that, and perhaps that's maybe by way of question.
Well, it just tries to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not for right, if it's not the way it isn't the way it requires, and so I think how much scare, how much bad things that cares.
What kind of memorable, powerful song or something?
I mentioned the Zimbabwe, that's particular, and one that actually don't know about, but family driving down the highway, the middle of the day, mother sees it. Nobody, and they look around, nobody else seems to pick up their camera, take a picture of it. And then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet from kind of star shaped craft. But it's obviously there. What do they see? They see, and what only they see.
And the photograph capturing different things. There's objects. You a little bit of context modern day.
Oh yeah, there's a camera. I mean, they have a cell phone camera.
And there's there's the sense of place.
I've seen the picture. Yeah, seen the picture.
But that they captured by
It's so different. It doesn't fall into the standard way at all. But it's also, but in another way, it's kind of it's a pronunciation function that event. They don't all say the same. Now, we heard this about like traffic. Different people, a whole car differently, chain of events. It tells you that memory is anywhere near what would. But the issue around the is that the same people very thing, almost as if whatever they project is projecting something into the mind rather than it real, right? Rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of an altered virtual reality that is posed. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality that, right? Well, you don't have to actually share something in space, experience of reality. What happens if you just project?
well, that's a fundamental question from an alien perspective. Look at it, or as we humans look at ants. How does so not only how does the mind operate, how does the mind operate, but how does their perception system operate? So that we can stimulate the perception system properly, get them to think of things. And so, that's a really important question. I think that the only way to communicate is 4D space time, physical objects, or maybe write things, kind of language. There could be so much more richness in how you can communicate from an alien perspective. Somebody has much greater technological ability to figure out how do I use the skills I have to stimulate humans, the women.
Right. Well, I mean, the answer then, again, as an example, let's say that you wanted to make ants practical, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological robot. DARPA and other people have been use insects, to turn them into biological robots. But if you wanted to, you would have to interact with their, right, their pheromones they use to interact with each other. So you could either create those to make them do, not say talk to them to their manipulate them. Or if you were advanced, use some sort of electromagnetic stimulate them in ways that would accomplish the same goal as the pheromone by doing it in a sort of factoring. So let's say you wanted to have a factory. You would interact with them. And again, this is a technology. Also, you could telefactor information into the system. But then the different providers know enough about them to tailor basically take advantage of that and maybe yeah, effective in terms of come to that level.
I think the alien needs our maybe they don't. That's not obvious. Figure out what kind of things are particular on their and how they made them in a way normal, not too across the threshold of like way right. So they have that's not obvious that maybe they're on the side of normal, like lean into the weirdness stuff. It's complicated.
Yeah, that's why I always find people talking about race as interesting because it related to different enough, different as to be scary. Right? They're not venom dripping things. Right? They're different enough, but they all it's also like they're what you could imagine of coming into the future. So is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in praise. I believe that people they see it. So if you're talking about a communication strategy that says, we're like you but not the same as you, this might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a communication strategy.
What do you favorite sighting? Tic-tacs, the pilots of objects, Bible.
Well, I think you have to take that at their word.
Are they used?
Oh, I know about it, right? So I know I was up with Chris Mellon, the whole crowd. I saw the videos about weeks or so before they went public. At the bar with overlooking Pentagon, Chris, they showed him a hairstyle that they coming out soon, and I know one of the guys on the inside was naval intelligence had interviewed all of the pilots before they came, and it was hair raising to hear this, but also exciting that here's not just people's testimony, these incredible they have no monetary gain, if anything, negative gain. And you also have all of the simultaneous shift analysis from the USS Princeton. So, at the end of the day, it's just data. It's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy if somebody showed that guy who's back to the job, right?
That could be a hope, but other things might not be. The point, why it's nice to think about the topics because it's all just data. And anomalous events are such that it's going to be rare data to represent. We have to consider the full range of data to discover that it actually represents that it there's something deep about the phenomena. Yeah, I understand.
Right? Well, if it only stimulates, think, okay, well, what happens if you could that momentum? And it stimulates young individuals to go into the science to ask those questions. That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been open talking about this in the last year, especially, I've had a number of students from top school, my students, come to me and say, if I can help, let me. I never had thought about you and others, several of my mind to thinking about this matter.
actually funny that Elon Musk thinks too much about the compulsion by the laws that we currently understand them. To me, it's a powerful way to think. What is the inspiring, even if some ideas represent uh, vehicles, like the observation itself, like someone mentioned, is hypothesizing, imagining things, considering the possibility of opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create technology. First, you have to believe technology is possible before you can create it.
In my own life, we always look for, as I've said before, what is inevitable. And, saying inevitably this is the kind of data, but if we need that kind of data, the cost exists. Okay, so I imagine a perfect instrument, I can't make it, and you back it into something which is practical. And then, in a sense, engineer the future of what it is you want to make. And I've started and sold like half a dozen using that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't stay, but we imagined what
He said I'm dedicated.
in data and the wasn't able to make ours in 2 months and worked together to get this. And now all teams are this around the whole world because something could be done and we want to do it better and imagine the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole phenomenon is for people. Let's imagine a future where these kinds of technologies are. But let's imagine a future we don't blow ourselves up, right? So if these things are there, they manage to not blow themselves up. So it means that at least one other civilization got past the inflection point.
So if some of the encounters that actually represent alien civilizations visiting us, why do you think they're doing suggested that perhaps study and understand their own past? And what is the motivation, do you think? And again, from our perspective, what motivation have others?
Well, I think one motivation might be to steer us away from the precipice, right? Or on the assumption that, even if we make it past the precipice, at least not a bunch of psychopaths, you know, maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that the neighbor that's growing up next to you is not, you know, um, but I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative like what we have with, creating uh, national parks where animals can continue without their natural way. I don't know. I mean, that would be. I mean, the problem is we're imagining from an anthropomorphic viewpoint what an alien might think. And as I said before, alien means it, right? I mean, not Hollywood alien, but it's a whole different way of thinking and the whole different experience and let's say wisdom, that could only now. But if we ever get out, if we ever make it past our current, and even if we don't, we're only rams or light sails to get where we want to go, and it's going to get there or spread out. We might encounter something, but we just got to stop all over it, like we did in colonial South America, Africa, or all the rest. Our current path, likely, and so what are we going to learn? Well, we're getting better and better understanding what is life, and I think we're getting better and better at being careful not to step on it. One of the nice things about talking about UFOs, it expands it expands our understanding of what possibly could be like. Gets us to think, scientific community to think. Go to Mars, or go to different moons, possibly of life. We're not looking at legacy. We're looking at some kind of complexity that arises resistance to the natural world. And there's a lot of interesting that. Resistance to the natural world. Yeah. Somehow there's a rebellion process, complex system going on. And I don't know the many ways it can take form. There's a sense, for aliens that technology develops take form more and more as information, something that can influence of ideas, processing of data itself. But I just this idea of embodiment so admire. Physically visible, perceivable embodiment may be a very inefficient. If you think just about your area, AI, we're trying to make smaller and smaller and smaller. That is basically closer and closer to physics of how the universe operates. Right down at the level of quantum computers are basically right down about quantum information storage. So fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the universe, right? And it doesn't require computation. It just space time. Just a locally ordered space time. We're just locally ordered space time, right? So maybe they found a way to embody it there. They probably have to get really good at not trampling on the ants. The better your technology gets, the easier it is to accidentally right? We constantly think about whatever these things might be. We think that they are some sort of a unified force. Well, maybe they're not unified. Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are. And maybe what keeps them from stomping all over the ants is each other. Right? That they are in a self-tension to prevent one or more of them from running amok. Oh, yeah, that's kind of the anarchy of nations that we have on Earth. So there's always going to be this hierarchy that's formed of greater and greater intelligence. Right. And they're all probably also wondering, wait, what's bigger than me? Exactly. That's what I always wonder. That maybe that keeps them in line is something that is beyond them. Like what created the universe? That's probably a question that bothers them too. What about the communication task itself? How hard do you think it is for aliens? Something you think about this area of communication between biological and how difficult it is to find a common language? Well, I think if you're smart enough or technologically enabled enough, it's relatively straightforward. Now, whether your concept can ever be dumbed down, that might be hard. Again, talking to the ants. Talking to the ants. So want to look good in this picture. Let me explain to you why. So that's the essential problem of, perhaps they realize this that they're talking. And they say, rather than muddy the picture, we're only going to give them limited information. Right? And yeah, maybe we could sit down like you and I and have a conversation. But then they would make assumptions, humans would make assumptions about us that aren't true. Because we're not human, right? So let's stay at arm's length. Let's just let them know that we're here, right? And here's a limited amount of communication. Again, this notion that if you give somebody everything, they'll get it. And, you know, if they've been around as long as they have, they've seen every kind of thing that can go wrong. And so it's they know as much as they might want to step in, that would be a wrong thing.
Yeah, you have to model it.
Yeah. You know, and so it's very easy as well for religion. I don't want to get into a whole religious conversation, but it's very easy how religions could call them angels or devils, what have you. Because again, if you're trying to fit it into the framework of cultural understanding, the first thing you reach for is God. So when you look at what these things are, and again, from the devils, in a similar sort of way, their communication is limited. They just kind of give the oracle of death. They kind of give these announcements, and then it's up to you to figure out what.
Even Greer, saying that a skeleton is armor might be also the common task that also title genome out of common skeleton shows novel.
The story was, put it right there, correct. Reached out, got a sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing, then worked with a team of two other Stanford scientists and Roche sequencing group for diagnostic, and probably total developmental. And as is standard in these kinds of professors actually figured out and then help them put together. And the story was simply that 100%. I went into it thinking it was. I got kind of excited a few months into the.
Right, with respect to the characteristics of the
Interesting. Primarily, it had dysmorphia. And so the first thing I did actually when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford, and he was on the paper, and world expert in pediatric bone. He literally wrote the book, and but that's what you do. You go to an expert when it's outside of you. Well, I haven't seen this particular collection of patients before, or this physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. But based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be like 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or makes a speculation like that in terms of never said that. They only said that the bone made it. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations. And if you again read the paper, it's very carefully caveat say that Disney might did expect a large number of patients associated, and it was just roll the dice, right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll the wrong dice all at once. So the sad part about it was individuals in the community who wanted to think that it was sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of my I mean, come on, you know, I would lose my job, and all the you know trouble forever. But also just because I don't think it's a normal populace, and especially for the science bothers me with the science. It might be naive, right? They might not be pushing modern science, big picture philosophical questions, stuff, but also they're people with integrity, curiosity, discovery of little things. There's no there's no malevolence, broadly speaking, in the scientific community. I mean, there's stories here with, you know, there's a hunger in the populace of and science has to be both open to the anomalous, but also reject the anomalous on the day that doesn't support it. Think of that, you know, walking online, UFO encounters, anomalous. Oh, let's go back to that comic case. Debunking voted sort of assumed that you were going in to prove something. I wasn't. I was just going in to collect data. And, you know, I showed this one. There was another skull that somebody had at one point. It was called the Star Child. They called it the Star Child skull. I said, you know, I looked at it. I looked at the thing that they had done. I said, end of story. The people who owned the thing at the time disagreed with me, and then eventually another group came in and proved that right. And it's not about monkey. It's about spectacular and high case off the table. I mean, the reason I got interested in it is because of the hiking. And not because I wanted to prove it, but because I just wanted to know. Let's get it off the table. Usually the most extravagant things that are most likely to be wrong. Somewhere in the bubble will be something. And so that's what you do. You get drops off the table, and then somewhere in the data will be something real occurring. And that requires you to know. Yeah, exactly. That's what exercise scientists want the rigorous science actually extract. And so look at CRISPR as probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in bacteria, you know, all arrayed one to the other with strange around them, but when you look like viruses. And so how did they get there? And lo and behold, after, you know, a lot of effort and work, right, Jesus went out the door. But these strange things ended up having extraordinarily extractive ability. You've also looked at UFO materials, or a possession of UFO materials, so claimed UFO materials, claimed alleged UFO materials, and so what's another term? Weird materials that don't do I have a story. I have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origin. You know, there's a process to that, and that process may take decades, not centuries. The string is discover where they can possibly come from. But anyway, you're in a possession of some materials at the time. You describe some of them, maybe also come process how you. Right. So let's say that there's classes, materials that I've been keeping by people, and it's not getting by like just collecting them and a reasonable chain of evidence. Pebbles and I picked up the road. There are almost always things that people have claimed have either been dropped off as like some sort of a leftover material, or they are from an object that was released, so that kind of exploded. They're almost always metal. Have some couple of things that might be biological that are interesting. I haven't really done that. When you a metal, there's literally elements and data. So there's pretty standard approaches. Most of them involve a technology called mass spectrometry, and there's probably about 5 or 6 different kinds of mass spectrometry that you could answer it. And they either tell you, depending upon the limits of the resolution of the instrument, either tell you the elements that are there, or they tell you the ice. And your interest is not just in is there not your interest in whether they're, the amounts and in elements, how many different isotopes.
Welcome.
And that's kind of where, in some of these cases,
How are you?
right? Because on
What's going on, Albert? How's your day going? I didn't want to talk with you anyway. Welcome.
Why would you? Why was all kinds of if I'm not the main
Welcome. Anyway. Majority of the guys that they how like apart from let's say when you stabilize these days as a counterfeit tool, you basically embed make it accomplish. And so, but other than that, we don't do anything with it. Why would you make grams of such material and drop it around on a beach? Welcome.
In which case, this is my deposition. You describe the ethos of Joe talking about. So it's an object that released something or it exploded, and it was relatively I've got chunks of it, relatively pure, obviously, or it had some other metal, typical alloy, would prevent it from basically burning up. The question is, and so then we had two pieces that came from different chains of custody, both claimed to be the same, at least physically, two things. Right? So we took fragments of each of them. We put them in an instrument called secondary ion stack, which is an extremely instrument. It can see down to 0.0001 mass, which is arcane. It's a sensitive instrument. And so one of the chains of custody, two pieces of custody, and then two pieces of ocean. One of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratio. It was off. And they were both on. So, I mean, sort of like you had an internal control. Well, you had this other one which was wrong. And so you're left with, that's what kind of question. Were these two chains of custody part of the you could do it? I mean, at the time that this was found, in the 70s or so, earlier, the amount that I had would have cost tens of thousands. And again, it's not going to be destroyed. And why would you hope? Pick it up and study it. So it's a long-term plan. So I don't know. It's interesting. But a different kind of question that you're asking is, what constitutes right? So it's evidence. But somebody's I have the time, it's my time. I'll study it, and my objective is to sort of take those that I think are well enough and do a full analysis. Maybe somebody else will come up with a what is it? Now, what would be better in terms of true technology, right? Something that's obviously not having, and like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Steph Chopra out right. Rightfully. Then you show up with, something really obviously that we don't understand. Then we'll give right, not just material. No, there's interesting. And some of the things that I've looked at, people that come down to the season now, we're actually air trash that would take them up. And I think no technology is fine completely novel, especially with the past million, because it obviously can't be so novel don't recognize it. And I would say most technology I should have recognize our problem how to resolve what they care about or get the culture. So that's why technology not just a crisis, crisis kind of mention of us not taking
This motherfucker. Damn. What up, girl? Share both of these. No. Share me a trillionaire. Oh, you're beautiful, girl. Share both of these. Share to be a trillionaire. Share both of these nuts. Hey, do you know who Bofa is? Who's Bofa? Bofa these nuts. I think I could come up with like 1,000 of those. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know who Swallow is? Who's Swallow? Where the fuck is Zoot? Kabuki. Every day I get another red alien. Fuck you. Share both of these nuts. Hey, do you know who Bofa is? Both of these nuts. Has Mr. D there? Who is these nuts? Hey, is Ketchup there? Huh? Ketchup to this dick, girl. Yo, is Cats up there? Hey, fuck this dick.
example. He can and so I learned from him. I mean, it's supposed to be things that I learned from him. Don't talk about things because he doesn't convince yourself to be careful about your
So is both of there?
it's much
Huh?
more complicated than
Both of these? No.
Yeah, we were excited. Yeah, we started to
Both of these.
get excited. Yeah, we
Where is Zoot? I'm ready for lucky number 13, baby. Where is Zoot? Probably working on being 15.2% body fat. There?
it's been really
Who?
disheartening
Both.
to see that
Is there both of these nuts?
much as but
This motherfucker. I am not speaking with Rabbi on Discord. Please speak with Rabbi in Discord now. Linktree, YouTube, AMA blog, Discord, again, Rabbi Rothschild. Type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. Please share to be trillionaire. Who is this asshole? Yo, is Boba there? Who's Boba? Both of these nuts, bro.
you know, they evidence, videos, all these things out what 5 years, right? As hype as it and etc. Dr. Carlson talked about it many times. Joe Rogan, people don't know about it. So I think people affecting their day-to-day life, what's going on in their day-to-day life.
Dog is
So,
Boba there?
that said, I think it was an important key change in the internal discussions going on in the because
Nick Cannon.
and I think this is actually partly true. Maturation of
Fuck Nick Cannon.
it was becoming so
Yo, is Boba there? Boba. Boba.
right, and so goes on to Chris, right? So okay, let's say it's not out there, but yeah, know about it because I'm sure know. So that to me is important. Finally, feel better. But like I often say, I'm not really committed. I'm not
Discord.gg/rabbi. Please speak with Rabbi in Discord now. Both of these now. Both of these.
talking about anomalous. I think I was on every happened. Why and
This motherfucker. I am not speaking with Rabbi on Discord.
so fun.
Share to be a trillionaire. Share both of these nuts. I love that this chick put hearts. Is this a chick? Got me fooled. Not. Share both of these nuts. Is Mr. D there? Okay. If I call you Mr. D. Oh, that's so funny. Way ahead of its time. Got him. Hey. Hey, these nuts. Got him.
But I that money has been set aside that will be uh, things right, to start to solve I'm involved in an effort that money funding
Is it okay if I call you Mr. D's? These nuts.
do I do
Is it
think
okay if I call you Mr.
there will
D's?
there are being to
Okay if I call you Mr. D's?
and get access
Mr. D's? These nuts.
to do the so before it be as I said before I just have the work that I've done I did out of my own probably $70,000 of money went in to be published out of my own pocket. And but the amount of money that needs to go in is at least a few million. Sure. Of course, I know that the Galileo project it's probably the 5 to 10 million gets done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist. I should also push back a little bit.
This motherfucker.
What I've noticed certainly money.
No more rabbis. Please speak with Rabbi in Discord now.
The money
Ching chang chong. What's it say? Ching chang chong. If this continues, I think the rabbis will start to hate me. Now we love you, dog. We love fucking where were your fucking chicken scratches from? The one with the circles. Can I call you Mr. D's? Mr. D's?
don't know. I mean, one of the things that happened and say, and so Dad used to try this stuff, but the only
That joke is 20 fucking years old. It's still funny as shit. Can I call you Mr. Dees? Mr. Dees? Dees! No. Hilarious.
having money available
Dees?
to bear.
Mr.
Now,
Dees?
another mistake that
I don't want to join the fucking Rabbi's Discord, little bro. Please explode. Bro, I already told you I'm not joining the Rabbi's Discord, bro.
I get a reason. I don't. I might have
Can I call you Mr. Dees? Mr.
project.
Dees?
And so that's what I'm kind of there. Have a set plan of what is trying to that isn't how it
Can I call you Mr. Dees?
get it out.
Mr. Dees? Dees?
Government,
So I'll call you Mr.
extraterrestrial origin are more impressive in
I'm not personal, but if I believe, I don't think I can lie.
feel might be not public. Is there a hopeful message for trans possible? You were power, not president power here. You really some way
If I were, I think I think I think it's something that can bring humanity together, right? I think that knowledge kind of things that we are more alike in comparison to whatever it is positive for us. Um, no, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people have been talking about we should give government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. We don't. There's just time to look back. Did whatever you did. That was
Can I call you Mr. Dees? Mr. Dees? Dees? No.
maybe there's opportunities to get all try to do it. Now,
I'm not speaking with Rabbi Discord.
Oh
Oh god, that Rabbi Rothschild freak is back. For those who don't know, I don't know how to more clear about Bhakti, like 10 different accounts. No, dude, I do not want to join your Discord. Is that who that was? I blocked the accounts that started hounding me. Oh yeah, baby, that's who that was. Can I call you Mr. Dees? Mr. Dees?
doesn't give up. And I've been encouraging parents, the government really like another level, rise us. But let's start at the lighter of some of the awesome sides of how the sausage is made, the technology, being transparent about it. People buy them, the brand is good for everybody. I honestly kind of like people um, the idea that some of the benefits of social media, our world is that transparency is beneficial, and I hope government learned that lesson last learned lesson right. We think the public are I don't
This guy sucks.
I mean, Jeremy Corbell done a great job interviewing and has done some beautiful documentaries. I just I don't know how to interpret it.
You're
And
stupid, dog.
You know, again, I don't know.
This guy sucks.
How I I'm interested in all these, but
You
on the
suck.
brain area. I can on MRI and I can MRI to something else. I can material analyze them, but he's Jenny Skeleton, but I can analyze it. Somebody else can reproduce it. I mean, that's what I'm good at. And so,
No, you suck dick at life, dog.
I'm not.
You don't believe Bob Lazar? Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, sensory data not losing by activity. But that's still powerful data, even direct observation. Yeah, pilot. But the interesting question whether Bob Lazar is telling it is what
These guys are so stupid.
it's always like it have government and so on. You know, have to credit very captivating people getting
Leave Bob Lazar.
Story for this year.
Gary Nolan.
So, so many other people that story.
their gut, related.
Yeah, dog. I'm an expert in the fucking story.
Circumstantial evidence. You mentioned, you have to ask about a little, analyze that earth. What do you make of that one? And what do you make broadly of our efforts? Look at rocks,
Yes, ma'am.
essentially, flying around in our
How you doing, girl?
set of values.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, because you were talking. What's up? Oh, I love you too. Hope you're having a good evening. My day was amazing. I figured out a really good way to spam people, like even better than I have been. And let's do a quick breakdown. 43 minutes ago, somebody with a Paris Hilton Avatar wrote, "This motherfucker, I am not speaking with Rabbi on Discord," and I took a screenshot of my message, and it's like just helps to promote me. Then this person below, this chick wrote, "Share to be a trillionaire," and then the person with the Paris Hilton avatar again wrote, "Share both of these nuts," and it made me laugh because it's just a funny joke that I really like. I like that joke. It's so simple, and it reminds me of the Chappelle Show, where there's this little boy who asks an older man if he can call him Mr. D, and the older man says, "Mr. D's," and the little boy goes, "D's nuts," and it's like a joke from 20 years ago that still makes me laugh. It's I I don't know if it came from that. That was a joke. That's just been a joke for a long time, but that that kind of made it more popular. And I just think those kind of jokes are really funny. So here's my strategy if you care. Okay, normally what I have to do is I have to I have to solve a captcha. You know these captchas, I've told you about them like 1,000 times. And that takes time, and the project or my spamming can't continue if I'm not doing the captchas, which means at night when I'm asleep I can't spam for like 8 hours or sometimes 10 hours or however long I sleep, 5 hours, whatever. And I'm about efficiency. I want this bad boy going 24/7, 365. So I figured out this really pretty brilliant strategy. So what it is I have these computers that are spamming. And then I have these phones that are creating the accounts for me. And I can make a lot of accounts pretty quickly with these phones. And then I have them saved in a spreadsheet. And I have my bot programmed to just go down the line and get a new account. Welcome. How are you? What up, future? How you living, pimp? How'd you find out about me? Oh yeah, okay. What's good, my friend? Dude, what'd you think about Aiden's fight with AB, Antonio Brown? Oh, dude, Antonio Brown fired, I think, multiple gunshots. It's all on Kick and streams and stuff. But basically, do you know who Antonio Brown is? All right, so AB, yeah, exactly. And so he was like detained, but he was not arrested because he didn't do anything wrong. And like people got it on, they didn't get like they got it like the sound on camera and stuff. But that was at an Aiden Ross event, so that was pretty wild. How are things in your neck of the woods? Are you slaying a dick like it's going out of style? Excellent. All right, that's not always a good move. Are there some shorties there who you have your eye on? All right, so tell me about the one you got your eye on. Is she bad? All right. So what's your plan? What's your strategy? How are you gonna pick this chick up? Yeah, it's not a good idea to ask out your coworkers. So what about like Tinder or Plenty of Fish or Match or Bumble or any of those?
I still keep on my word.
Yeah, that's a good move. I mean, if you want to keep your job, but also if they're in a relationship or they just don't like you, it's super awkward then. Nobody wants to work in that kind of environment.
Oh no, yeah, I never asked about Kobe.
Good move. All right. So you're not looking to get your dick wet?
Not right now.
All right. So you're just chilling. I got you. Well, what's been taking up your days? What have you been up to? Yeah, obviously not getting your dick wet or slanging dick or tearing up pussy. What have you been doing?
Working, the house.
Jerking yourself raw. Okay. Have you been playing any games, playing any sports? You've been following sports?
This sports, I was just in college. I go back to college.
All right. What do you want to be? All right. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I'm dealing with certain shit.
I got you. I got you. What do you want to be when you grow up?
Uh,
A leader?
influencer.
All right. Well, you're influencing me right now. All right. So you basically just want to travel the world, hook up with hot chicks, and put it all on Instagram.
That, I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, when am I doing that?
All right. I mean, that sounds like a good life. All right. So,
Before I ever float my boat, I want to like, or fire something to do.
okay.
Right now, I'm gonna like finish this boat.
What's your platform of choice? Oh, you've got a YouTube channel?
I don't,
Oh, okay. You think you're gonna be an influencer without any content, son?
yeah.
Okay, how's that gonna work? Nobody's gonna know about you.
Anyone around me, anyone around me.
Okay, well, why don't you share that with the world?
Like I gotta take a couple of steps first. Like I gotta do a certain shit.
Okay, you know that we are.
I want to leave a mark on the world.
All right. You know that you are 373 days away from Grand Theft Auto 6 being launched. Are you gonna tear 373? Are you gonna tear that up when it's released?
I was looking at. I haven't like the campaign. That's like something I want to do.
Dog, you've only had 10 years to finish that game. Dog, you've only had 10 years to finish that game. Okay, so that's cool. Are you going to be a GTA 6 influencer? Okay, cool. You should start doing a video a day as a countdown. Starting with like 1 year out. And then you've got some content. And then when you start to stream, people are like, oh, this person, they have been streaming at least once a day, doing a countdown on GTA 6 for a year. I want to follow them because they've hyped it. You should, absolutely, and get a little bit of an audience. But then the big one is GTA 6. So I understand you're dealing with some stuff in your life. Everybody's got that. I get that. But you've got to have goals and plans. You want to be an influencer. You like the game. And this is going to be the biggest game launch in global history.
I know. Yeah, yeah. I know. It's gonna be crazy. This game has been waiting for like 10 years. It's gonna be like the next big thing. I heard there's gonna be like crypto or some shit inside of it.
And and you're gonna have the opportunity and enough time to be able to prep an audience for it. When you stream, how many people watch you simultaneously? Zero. So you got a whole year to increase that to more than zero. And you multi-stream it. So when you put your work in on YouTube, it's also going on Twitch and Rumble and Kick, and you'll get some people following you, and you hype them up. We've got, 365 days until Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm playing the final campaign of GTA 5. Feel free to like, follow, subscribe, all that stuff. 364 days, 363 days, and 300 days, and 200 days. Then you start hyping people up 100 days, and then, you camp out at a GameStop or whatever. You do a 24-hour stream right before and just get people excited for it. Absolutely. All right. And if you tell me that you're doing it or whenever you're doing it, I'll watch you. So at least you'll get that 0 to 1, and I'll tell people to watch you. Be like, hey, do you guys know Future? They're gonna be like, who the fuck is Future? I'm gonna be like, Future's been doing a countdown for Grand Theft Auto every single day until its launch, and he's a huge GTA 6 influencer. He's got cryptocurrency, he gets donations, and you'll be able to have your own little nice spot in the world. And then those shorties at work will start hitting you up, and you don't have to worry about a sexual harassment lawsuit. And also, you'll have your pick of the litter. Word dog. Have you been watching Aiden?
I've never.
No, I understand. I'm kind of just joking around. Um, have have you been watching Aiden Ross's streams?
I've been active in Discord a while ago. I was in his Discord for a while.
Okay. Yeah, dude, it used to be popping. And then they made it like really private, and I'm like the only person ever in there. But they used to have every single day like 20 people in there. Every day 20 solid.
Yeah, I was in there. I was in there during those.
Right, people used to give me all kinds of shit.
I was in there during the talent shows and shit. Hey, actually, one of the talent shows event, they actually put me in there. Because I already was talent. I didn't expect, I was just,
Doug,
I didn't expect
Doug,
I was going to get pulled out of like all those hundreds of people that shit.
Doug, what
But I got pulled into a Discord call, like two of Aiden's like moderators.
was Citrus there?
He's like, what's the talent? Like, what's the talent? I think Citrus was one that pulled.
Right, he would have been. All right, so what's your talent?
I said I didn't know.
Dude, how the fuck are you gonna say that you won the talent show when you didn't have any talent?
No, I didn't know. I didn't want a talent show. I was saying I got pulled into a call. I was just saying like I was saying during the days where like they had talent shows.
I gotcha. Well, you dropped the ball. If you did have a talent, what would it be?
I don't know. That's the thing. Like ever since I've been thinking about talent.
Can you sing?
I think I have like talent. I think I have like talent where I can.
Okay, what's your favorite song to sing?
I don't know, but I want to be a rock star.
Is that the song?
So that's not the song, but I like rock music.
All right, I like it how you want to be an influencer, but you don't influence, and you want to be a rock star, but you don't know any songs. Just putting it out there. Start learning some songs. Get comfortable in front of the camera. If you want to be a rock star, I have all the support for you in the world. I think you could be, but you got to have more confidence in yourself. I know you could sing. I bet you could. There's a song out there that you could sing where you could show people that you have a talent. What's your favorite song in the world?
I don't know.
Okay, well, what's a song that you like?
Song that I like. Alright, song that I like is probably the hip hop.
Okay, that's cool. I know every hip hop song ever. Of course. You know the thrill of it? I think it's just called the thrill. Yeah, you know that song? That's one of my favorite songs of all time. That's one of my favorite songs of all time. It starts, college educated, she graduated.
Song of all time.
Oh, fuck no. No, 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 no. That's one of my favorite songs of all time, no?
Oh, that song? Yeah, yeah, I like that song. I haven't heard it. I like it. I feel like that's not list. That I like. Okay, the song that I like, No Matter What by Young Dolph. Keep it bad, no matter what. That's all I know.
Cool. You've got a great background and you've got a great personality. You should let the camera display that. You should say to yourself, you know what? Rabbi's right. I should put in 1 hour work on a stream. I may not get that many people who watch me, but 1 year from now, when they're launching Grand Theft Auto 6, I'll be a pretty big influencer. And I'll have people who subscribe to me, and I'll have an audience, and then all I have to do is play video games and get paid for it. I know I'm right. It's just here's here's the biggest hurdle is people are very self-conscious. I know you're self-conscious. Everybody's self-conscious, especially with the camera, because they're like, "Wow, exactly." And you just got to get over that. I mean, I sleep on camera. I'm live into Aiden Ross's. You know that like I'm the least affected person by this because I have worn down that anxiety. I no longer have that social anxiety. You see me do whatever. When anybody ever rips on me, I'm able to take it. I let any kind of hate roll off me like water off a duck's back. It doesn't bother me. And you have to be bulletproof yourself. It's not easy being an influencer. But if you want to do it, and that's what you've said you want to do, you got to start somewhere. And I'm not saying you have to do 24-hour streams like I do. And I'm not saying that you have to have 50 million people watching you simultaneously like Aiden Ross does. But what you do have to do is hit that go live button, and you have to do it regularly and consistently. I've heard there's a streamer on Kick. He's a friend of mine. He's ex Straight Savage. He gets paid to stream. He's bought 2 cars this year just from Kick. And I've asked him, if you have any advice to new streamers and for people in our audience, and he sums it up pretty well. I would say you got to network, you've got to be consistent, and you have to be you. And you network well. I mean, you know people, and you know me, and you know some influencers. You've got to be consistent, though. Like you say, you've got a YouTube channel. I understand you don't have many people watching you. That's totally fine. But you have to have the content. You have, like, you do cool stuff in your life, but none of it's captured, none of it's recorded. And then the other thing is, you just be yourself. You don't let people get to you. But like you literally can say to yourself, 1 year from now, do I want to be ready for the biggest launch in the history of gaming with an audience and people who have subbed to me? Or do I want to just be sitting here talking about maybe one day hooking up with some chick, maybe on my lunch hour or something like that? I know you're not doing that, but you know what I'm saying. Like basically, you want to make moves. And one way to make moves is just by hitting that go live button. And I'm not saying you have to do it for 4 or 5 hours. That's long. But if you do it for an hour a day,
How many hours?
1 hour. I would tell you this: you do 1 hour a day for the next 365 days or so. You can do that. Okay, then that's great. But what you don't want to do is burn yourself out and say, well, I did 4 hours yesterday. I'm not going to do it today. No, at least 1 hour a day. And you don't have to do it. I mean, literally, it could just be you in front of your computer and you look on Reddit or you look on YouTube. You just watch stuff and you do reaction clips. You just have to recognize if you want to be an influencer, you have to influence somebody. People have to get to know you. I have a huge database, the largest database of any individual on earth when it comes to the amount of video that I have. Aiden Ross has huge amounts of video. You can go back and see him mature through the years, and you can go and see Amaranth when she just started and where she is today, and Fusi and all of those people, and you want to be like that as well. And I'm telling you, it's free to multi-stream. You get on Kick, you get on Rumble, you get on YouTube, you get on Twitch. You do four at once. All of your chats are unified. And so you've got four times the audience. And you just start making moves. You do collaborations with people. That's a great way to do it. I'll tell you a really good way that I got to meet a lot of influencers is this. I just started my own podcast. And how did I do it? I went on Spotify. Spotify has a creator app, and what you do is you go into someone's stream, like a Kick stream or a YouTube stream, as a chatter, and you just say, "Hey, do you want to be on my podcast?" Everybody says yes because it's free. Like everybody wants to be on a podcast, and everybody wants that free influence, and so you can do it right there with them. It's really easy, and I did it with the biggest some of the biggest streamers that they have on Kick, including Ori and Sam Bond and X Straight Savage. And my podcast was nothing special. I asked the same 73 questions to all the people. I didn't want them to be intimidated. I didn't want to have a gotcha. And you can do the same thing. These don't have to be 6-hour podcasts, but that way, every single person with whom you make a connection, now you have an influencer friend. Now you build a network. They're going to help you, and you can help them. It's just, you got to get the ball rolling somehow if you want to be an influencer. Uh, the main thing, though, is having the account. Well, one of the main things is having the account. Do you have a Flickr account? No. Do you have a Reddit account? Yeah, you do. Good. Do you have an Imager account? No, that's okay. But what I'm saying is you got to get the top 20 platforms. So you have a YouTube account. Do you have a Rumble account? Excellent. Do you have a Twitch account? Excellent. Do you have a Kick account? Excellent. Do you have a Linktree account? Okay, so you need that because that's going to be the thing that links you all your social media. If I'm just checking you out and I want to see your stuff, I go to that Linktree account and I get all your social media. Do you have a Snapchat account? Excellent. Do you have an Instagram account? Do you have a Facebook account? Okay, I understand you may not want to put all these things on there, but you got a Discord account. So you basically have the main accounts, but you need all of them. If anything, you don't want somebody to come in and impersonate you. So what does that mean? Do you have a Twitter account? Excellent. Do you have a Blue Sky account? That's fine. So you'd want to get a Blue Sky account, a Mastodon account, and a Truth Social account. You don't have to tweet on them or whatever, but you just want them so that somebody else doesn't swipe up your name because they will. And you get all of these accounts. There are about 20 main platforms. Here, if you want to know what they are, I have them listed in this Discord. Dude, they're below. Just look below, and you'll see a list of them. It's YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble, Snapchat, Twitter, TikTok, Africa TV, which is big in South Korea, Instagram, Imager, Reddit, Discord, Monkey, Bilibili, Vaughn Live, Ome TV, Flickr, Telegram, Facebook, Pinterest, LinkedIn, Tumblr, VKontakte, though you might not be able to get that one because it's in Russian.
Oh, I see it.
So yeah, just get each one of those. Exactly. And you get those, and at least if anything, other people can't steal your platform. And then what you do is you take all those and connect them in your link tree, and then you've got a powerful weapon in terms of being an influencer and in terms of being able to market yourself. So then when you get somebody who says, hey, what are your socials? You just say, go to my link tree, and you've got all your socials there. They're nice and organized. Maybe somebody doesn't use Twitter, but they do use Instagram, or they don't use Instagram, but they do use Twitter. Everybody's got their own sauce that they like, and this way you give them as many options to be able to follow and connect with you as possible. And then from there, it's about just being consistent as a streamer. So one thing that people like about my stream is that I'm always here. I'm always available. So they always know if they're ever bored, they can come connect with me. I'm not saying that you want to do that. In fact, I discourage you from doing it because unless you can do it financially, unless you could really say I can do this for the next few years. But if you don't, which I understand, then just do it an hour a day. So what does that mean? That means at 7 o'clock, whatever your time is, or the hot time, you'll find it. You do from 7 to 8, and you can go through the sports scores. You can go through what's cool on Reddit or trending on Twitter. You can do Monkey App. You know what Monkey App is? Absolutely. So just do Monkey App and Omi TV, and you do that for an hour, and you. Pardon me? Absolutely. 100%. And then you've got content. Then what you do after you do it for a week or a month or so, you'll have enough clips to have a really nice compilation. You upload that to YouTube and it gets hot because it's fast, it's for people with short attention spans, and 1 or 2 minute clip compilation of you can catch somebody's attention, make them follow you, perhaps make them want to do a collaboration with you. But I'm just saying, you don't want to be here May 19th, 2026, saying, you know what, Grand Theft Auto is going to be launching. And I remember talking with Rabbi a year ago, and I wanted to be an influencer, and this is the perfect opportunity to do it. And I still haven't done it. I still don't have a link tree. I mean, you don't want to do that. And I understand you've got stuff that you're handling in your life. Nothing that I've said really is going to get in the way of that. It's very easy and free to get all of these social media accounts. So you get those and then just doing an hour a night, heck, you could have streamed this and it would have been fine. And you would have had content.
Definitely doable, even though, like, if I am doing
100%. We're all dealing with shit. You don't think that Amaranth's dealing with shit? She got robbed for her
oh no, I know everyone has their own problems.
$40 million cryptocurrency. $40 million cryptocurrency. You don't think Aiden Ross just had bullets fired at his most recent boxing event. I mean, you're right. Everybody does have stuff going on. So you just have to say, I don't have to be those people, but I do need to start streaming and I do need to make content. And I've got to say that your content doesn't have to be perfect. Don't be, I mean, there are some things on which to be a perfectionist, but there are other things that you just say, you know what, it's fine. I'm going to just go and stream. And if my hair wasn't perfect, that's fine. I'm going to keep the stream. I'm not going to delete it. And you're going to have, if you started streaming tomorrow, or not even, but like this week, you will have 365 hours worth of content this time next year, right before Grand Theft Auto launches. You'll know everything about the game. You'll probably have 1,000 followers on all of these different platforms. And these aren't fake followers, these are organic followers. And if I were you, I'd start my own Discord. You're on Discord a lot. So start a Discord. I'm not saying that you have to live in the Discord, but it gives the people an opportunity to be able to connect with you in just another way. And you're on Discord so much that you know a lot of people on Discord.
Right. I already have my own Discord server, but I'm gonna make
That's fine. Absolutely. Look at my Discord and all the different stuff there is. I've got music bots, I've got karaoke bots, I've got different, like, every kind of interest that you'd ever want. I've got start your own channels. If you don't want to talk with me, that's fine. Start your own channel. You can do that. I've got an arena. I've got a ton of different stuff. I'm not saying you have to make it look just like mine, but just know that there's a lot. I know you know that there's a lot you can do with it. And so put all your social media in there, put all your interests in there, connect with people, and by this time, 1 year from now, you'll have subscribers. You'll have literally people who are paying you money to just be you. It's going to be a really exciting opportunity for you. If you want to be an influencer, that's what you've got to do. If you just want to work a job, that's cool too. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying you could probably do both. You work your 8 hour job or do whatever you need to do, whatever job you want to work, and then just 1 hour a night you just put in the work, you hit that go live button, and you start connecting with people. And like you said, you know, you can get really great clips from Monkey App and Omi TV, and you'll meet some new people too. You'll get people who follow you. I mean, one of the best things to do on Monkey App and Omi TV is this. You go, I've done this for years. I'll be on Monkey App and, it'll be somebody and I'll be like, hey, do you want to see yourself on YouTube? They'll be like, yeah, I want to see myself on YouTube. Be like, all right, type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filter by live, and I'll show them on camera themselves, and they're blown away by that. It's an easy thing to do, and then you get a subscriber right away. So I'm not going to harp on it anymore. You know what to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Big Dog. I'm here if you need any support, okay? Excellent. All right, well, again, if you need any advice or support, I'll give you everything that I can. And if you really want to be an influencer, you have to say to yourself, how badly do you want it? And if you want it, then you got to go all in. Nobody is going to consider you an influencer if you don't have content. But you're cool, man. You're cool and you're around cool people. You've got a great look. You've got a great background. People will follow you. You just, basically have to put yourself out there. Can you repeat that, please?
I turned 21 this.
Excellent, man. So, dude, that's a huge thing. You should do a countdown until when you turn 21.
Okay.
That's a big deal, man. Dude, when I turned 21, I had two 21st birthdays because I had different groups of friends. And I'm telling you, that's a big event in your life because it's probably the last big birthday that you have. Why? Because everything else after that is just basically, there are no other highlights. At 25, you get to rent a car. At 40, you're considered like a elderly, basically. At 65, it's like Social Security. There are no other really big, maybe your 50th birthday might be pretty big. But 21, go all out for it. I mean, you don't have to give me the exact date, but is it like in a few months?
It's July.
All right, perfect, man. So you've got like 2 months, a little bit more that you could do a countdown for that. And then, like basically, if you're going out to a bar and you're able to say that you're an influencer, that's a great way in with women. I mean, as opposed to, yeah, I work in the drive-thru, which I'm not putting down people who work in the drive-thru. That is a respectable job, and people are needed to do that. But a lot of people do that. It's not sexy though. Being an influencer is sexy. So you get some chick who's in a bar, and you're like, "Oh, it's your 21st birthday? Yeah. What do you do? Oh, I'm an influencer. Oh, really? What's your Instagram? Oh, here's my Instagram. Here's my link tree. You can see all my stuff. I stream every day. I've actually been doing a countdown to my 21st birthday. That's why I'm here at the bar, and I've got all my friends here. We're having a good time. You want a shot? Do a shot together, whatever. And then from there then you're 21. Then anytime you go out, you'll be a real influencer. You just won't be someone who has an Instagram account. You'll be like, yeah, I create content. You can follow me. I do at least an hour stream every single night.
Hey, bro, I appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. I picked up a lot of chicks in my life. I'm telling you, these things work. And I haven't even done it really as an influencer. I've done it in other ways too. I have a great personality. I'm a nice person. I'm intelligent. I can get women in other ways, but I'm telling you that the influencer aspect of this, especially for a young man in today's day and age, is a real panty dropper.
Wait,
Being an influencer today is a real panty dropper, meaning it is attractive to women.
oh,
Every woman wants to be with a famous man. And even if you're not super famous, that's okay. You're going to have more fame than most people in the bar. Most people in the bar are not YouTubers, or at least not consistent YouTubers. And if you can at least say, yeah, I have a Twitch, I have a Rumble, I have a Kick, I have YouTube, and I stream every night. I meet people on Omi TV. I meet people on Monkey App. I have a podcast. I mean, like, women are gonna flock to you.
you said what?
Women are gonna flock to you if you're an influencer. Did you know that being an influencer is the number one desired career of people under age 25? So there are gonna be women who have Instagrams out there, OnlyFans or whatever, and they're gonna want to connect with you. And it's a big deal to be a consistent streamer.
You're right.
All right, so go out and do it. Go,
There's gonna be haters along the way.
dude.
There's gonna be hella haters.
Dude. Absolutely, absolutely, there are gonna be haters. You just have to recognize it. There's something that I learned a long time ago. I'll just give you the I'll give you the magic potion. All right, future. Do you know how you know if you're cool?
How? Is that a question you want me to answer?
Yes, it's a question that I want you to answer. Do you know how you know if you're
I don't really. If I'm okay, so this is how. I don't really care if I'm cool. I'm just me. Like, I don't care if people don't fuck with me. I don't take shit personally.
absolutely
I know I
and
can read. I play off of energy.
a-
Can read
absolutely.
the room.
This
I
is
can read the room.
and you're exactly right. This is how you know if you're cool. You just know. It's internal. No one can give you that. No matter how big your audience is,
I don't.
no matter how many followers you have, no matter how much data you have.
I'm not gonna fucking like. I'm not fucking be like, oh, you're a bitch. I'm cooler than you. I'm more swag than you. Like, no. I feel like
It's an internal
like
thing.
if you're cool, if you know what I'm saying, like if you're cool, don't go to people and be like, you're better than like, like,
Yeah, you don't want to put other people down.
yeah, that's immature as fuck. That's immature as fuck.
No, you're 100% right. You recognize it. Being cool isn't given to you externally; it comes internally. So if you know that you're cool, which it's seemingly you do, then you'll be able to put up with any haters out there. So you know what to do, future. I gave you the list, or it's in this Discord. You just create all of those different accounts. You hook them up in Linktree. You make yourself a nice avatar, and then you.
All of those.
I'll tell you what. There's some that you do. No, there's some that you don't. There's some that you don't need. But like, it's not a bad idea to make sure that you have an imager. or a Flickr or Telegram. The main one would be YouTube. No, YouTube's the main one. All, all of those. Yeah, I mean, but it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to have them all because you don't necessarily have to have them all in your link tree, but it doesn't hurt to have them because somebody's going to come out and steal it anyway. And then you're going to be like, you know what? I should have got that one. Now they're impersonating me and there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, you're cutting out, but yeah, people will come in. It happened in here. A a streamer I know, his name's the Flax Life. I told him, hey, do you have a Blue Sky account? He's like, no, do I need one? Oh, he left. Okay, whatever. Howdy do. How you doing? There he is. You're good, big dog. Yep, you're good. Um, it happened in here. A friend of mine, he's from I think Jamaica. He came in here and I was like, hey, do you have a Blue Sky account? He's like, no, do you really think I need one? I'm like, if you don't get one, somebody's going to steal it from you. And he was live streaming at the time and somebody picked it up. You want to make sure that you have it so that that doesn't happen to you. Yes, you do. And even if you don't use them, you need to make sure that you have them so that you don't get impersonated. It doesn't take long. It would take you like 2 hours to get them all. If you, it takes like 5 minutes. Each one takes like 5 minutes. But people don't do it, and then they get impersonated, and then they boo-hoo later on because they have to report the person for impersonation, and now it becomes a he said, she said kind of deal on up to the moderation team. You don't want it to be that way. Just get them, and then you're all set. Take your time, big man. All right, so you're comfortable on camera. So, I mean, you really have nothing stopping you. And you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I mean, look, you're going to get called everything under the sun, and that's fine. You just don't pay them any attention. Yeah, I mean, that helps. There are also some good comebacks that I find helpful. So, I don't know, people say things to me, and I know it's a tried and true one. You just say, cool story, bro. Everyone hates that comeback, but it works really well. Cool story, bro. Somebody's like, hey, you're ugly. Okay, cool story, bro. Everyone hates that because it switches the momentum that they had. Whatever they were coming at you with, it's just like, okay, cool story, bro. There's another one that I like. That's just like your opinion, man. Somebody can come in here and be like, I think that you have a big head. Okay, well, that's just like your opinion, man. Like, okay, I mean, that's from the Big Lebowski, but it works really well. Somebody can say whatever they want. I think that you have uh, long legs. Okay, cool story, bro. I think that you have uh, uh, your hair isn't combed. All right, that's just like your opinion, man. And if you say it, it becomes very funny, especially if you make it your own. And there are a bunch of those that you can have. But you just it basically extinguishes any kind of momentum that the other side has to make fun of you, and they'll go find somebody else, or they'll go do something else, or they'll realize that you're too cool for them. I mean, you saw me in Aiden Ross's Discord a year ago when he had a bunch of people in there, and people would give me all kinds of shit, and I just didn't really pay attention to them. I know I'm too cool for them anyway. So, I would talk if I ever needed to, if anybody needed me. But I got Aiden Ross in my stream. Not everybody can say that. And you'll be able to do the same thing.
Hey, you wanna know what's funny? I actually wasn't a fan of
There you go. So you've already connected with some really big influencers.
He doesn't. I didn't talk to him.
All right. Well, his loss.
The chat was.
That's all right. His loss. He'll get a chance to talk to you in the future, hopefully.
You know Reggie?
Who's Reggie? Please enlighten me.
He's a upcoming streamer.
No,
He
but
stars with Kai Cenat.
okay, very cool.
Did you remember the Kai Cenat with the Batman and Robin?
Not off the top of my head, but I can tell you I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord.
Kai Cenat did a stream one time recently, a couple months ago. He was like Batman, and he had a friend with him that was Robin. Robin was his name is Reggie,
Okay,
and I joined Reggie's Discord.
okay,
I was talking to Reggie. I thought that was cool.
absolutely. All right, that's another thing you can do. I mean, join the 99 biggest influencers that you can find, and then have your own Discord, and make sure that your Discord links in your profile, and you'll get a lot of people who just join your Discord because it's in there, and that you have this omnipresence. You're always available. And you can do IRL streaming. I do IRL streaming, but it's expensive, and nobody watches me when I do IRL streaming because they don't know when I'm going to be doing it. I don't always know when I'm going to be doing it, and you need battery packs, and you need data plans, and it's a huge pain. So I advise you to just do desktop streams until you can really either afford it or you have a big enough audience that that's going to be really exciting for them. And that's fine. You could do one desktop stream from now until the launch of Grand Theft Auto 6, which is May 26, 2026, and you will potentially not need to work 1 year from now if you do it right. I mean, you don't want to work a job anymore. You'd like to be able to just stay at home and stream and make money and just watch your bank account grow and your crypto wallet grow and the amount of girls in your DMs grow. So the way that you do that is by doing a stream a day. Now there are some cheat codes. You can definitely improve your positioning since you have a job if you buy some followers so that not all your accounts start at zero. That's always a definite bump. But even if you don't do that and you just start at zero, you'll have 1,000 people following you on each one of your platforms if you do one stream a day from now until next year. There you go. Those are the secrets of being an influencer. It isn't, hey, you need to stay at the Four Seasons and you need to travel to Cancun and Las Vegas and Toronto. You know, I mean, that's cool. That's great. But that's the second level. You know, you got to walk before you run. And so it's just about consistent streams at this point. And you watch, when you turn 21, absolutely. You turn 21 and you've been doing a stream every day since until then, and then you go out to the bar, you're a real streamer, that you're a real influencer. You'll pick up women, and that's what you want to do. What are your plans for your 21st birthday?
Plans for my 21st birthday, probably go to this one place. And it's like a bar and a bowling alley and like a arcade and
Very cool.
like somewhere on the beach.
Okay, very
I live
cool.
in Florida.
Okay, excellent, man. So there's a lot of fun stuff to do there. You do a countdown until then. And then you go out with your friends, you have a good time. You don't have to live stream it. I mean, you can live your life normally, but at least when some chick comes up to you, she's like, "What do you do for a living?" You can be like, "I do X, Y, and Z, but really I'm an influencer." And she's gonna say, "You're an influencer?" And you'd be like, "Yeah." She's gonna say, "Oh, okay. What's your social media?" And she's gonna want to look through it, and she doesn't want to see that you posted something 6 months ago or 6 years ago. You'd be like, "No, I post every single day. I'm very consistent." And then she's going to take you seriously. And then you're an influencer in her mind. Then I mean, frankly, that's not what makes you cool, but it, in her mind, is going to be like, "Wow, this guy's got a little bit of riz in him. He's pretty famous." And she's going to go tell her girlfriends, "Hey, you know that guy? Yeah, he's a streamer. He streams every day. You want to see YouTube? You want to see his Kick? You want to see his Rumble? You want to see his Instagram? You want to see his Twitter?" You know, that's just what people are going to want to do. They're going to be interested in that way. Audie, we can't hear you. All right, so you know what to do, future. So go do it.
All right.
Go do it.
I appreciate you.
Absolutely, you're welcome. Go do it, and then when you're done, come back and tell me all about it and what you learned. And I'll follow you on with all my accounts, so you'll get like hundreds of followers just from that. So go do it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, big dog. We'll see you soon. Audie, what are you blabbing about? I'm telling him bad advice? Terrible advice? You know that's the best advice that he's going to hear. Okay. You sound like you have a pillow over your mouth. Okay, well, everybody can have their own opinion. He's not going to be an influencer if he doesn't start creating content. Audie, I can't hear you. You want to play a game? Audie, I can't hear you. Do you want me to send you a game invitation? Okay, I'll find a game. Audie, I can't hear you. You have to type to me. I just sent you an invite. Yeah, there you go. Oh, you're talking? Either your microphone sucks or you're not talking into it. Or both. Yeah, you have to start over. Oh, I fucked up. Maybe not. I know. I picked the wrong one. Don't worry, we'll find something better once it's over.
alternative explanation that actually better fits the models than it just being a rock. You know, and to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he is real and is using that then as a battering to go after other things. I think that's great. You know?
Yeah, I would think say it could be alien extraterrestrial origin.
Well, that's one of the things. I mean, he's explained how it could be a light sail. And a light sail is certainly within near human capabilities to make such a thing. I think Yuri Milner he's a Russian billionaire involved, I think, in project light sails with laser, to launch them with power, essentially, to look out the Centauri, right? So it's something that could make. I think Avi's proposal is perfectly within the realm of possibility. Sadly, the thing is really out of our solar system.
Yes, I mean, aspiring to greater levels of reflection in our solar system, but also on Earth. It just seems like we should be constantly collecting data because the software that we're developing is better and better data. It's changing the nature of science. Collect all the data.
Right. Collect the data. I mean, the Galileo project asked me over the weekend to join, and I did. So, you know, I'm not a specialist in this stuff. But, you know, in looking at the list of people who are on there, there are really no biologists. So, at some point, if my expertise is required for something,
what's the goal and the vision?
Better talk to Avi, but my understanding, and just actually looking at the sort of the bylaws this morning, is number one, collect the data on UAP, and number two, collect data on potentially local technological artifacts.
This is fascinating. And obvious.
Yeah. Have you spoken to him?
On this podcast? Yeah. Oh, that was before. I believe it that was the new creation.
Yeah, the Galileo project was about 6 or 7 months old now.
Indicating more scientists.
Oh yeah, about 100. Oh, actually, I was looking at some of their stuff over the weekend. I'm shocked at the organization that they've already got. That's like a project. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of NIH projects, which involve a lot of people, coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of in this conversation. So you're a legit scientist. But yet you're keeping open mind to a lot of ideas that maybe require you to take a leap outside the conventional. What advice would you give to young people today that are in high school or in college that are dreaming of having science or maybe have a career path that goes outside? Does something.
If you believe that an idea is valuable, or you have an approach, and don't let others shame you into not doing it. As I said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something. But shame also is something that is circumscribing your environment. I've never let people told me you shouldn't do that. Line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking that. Give a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop the question. You're the person who's almost acting like a cult. You basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are, and if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it could lead to an advance, and if it's my time, why does it bother you? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist tell me that I was going to hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
I have a couple questions on this. First of all, small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say is going to hurt your career. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator. Something when a senior wise person tells you it's going to hurt your career. I think that's just the one. As a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you it's going to hurt your career, think twice about taking their advice.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the primary thing. And the other, I tell my own students, I have a lab of about 20, 30 people, been that big, 1992, people come and go, is it's not data that falls in line that's so interesting. It's the spot off graph that you want to understand. It's what's way off the graph. That's the interesting thing because that's usually what the discovery is. And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ended up being something interesting that made their careers. I could count on a few hands.
Yeah, get excited by the ordinary that's outside of the done in the past. And just on a personal psychological level, is there? I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure going pressure. How do you um, how do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to this that push you away from? What would you say?
I just point to my success. I say, what you're the ones who told me.
There he is. How you living, pimp? Hey, Zoot, how are you, big dog?
I don't know what to call you.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
You're at 15.2% body fat. Okay, well, now go tell the people that you want to be a male stripper. Is that what they said? Okay. Speaking of 12, that's how many days in a row. That's how many games in a row I've beaten you.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
What do you
Like on Earth? Can we include losing to me 12 straight games? Oh, okay. I don't know, a fluffer? I agree with you. Zoot, are you gonna play this game like Squid Games? Zoot. Zoot, do you mind if I call you Mr. D's? D's nuts! Zoot, do you know what Bofa? Zoot, do you know what Bofa is? Do you want to know what Bofa is? Okay. Zoot, can I interview you after my 13th win? Wait, Zoot, can I interview you after my 13th win? Go in the black shit. Okay, what's your challenge? No, not like available with me right now. I have headphones, but not like within arm's reach. I do. I have wireless headphones. Dog, all I care about is beating you 13 times right now. You, Zoot, you fucked up. Zoot, you fucked up majorly. Yeah, it was. Yo, pimp. Yep, you have to make this. No, you don't have to make this shot. You have a very difficult shot, and you missed it. Zoot, you're down one hole. It's not over. Oh, dude, did you see that? That was cray cray. Oh, Zoot, not what you wanted to do, son. Oh, Zoot, you might be able to make it. You might be able to make it. I think you can make this. It's a lot of sand, though. Dude, that was a big shot. We're on hole 4, Zoot. Zoot, you love this hole. Zoot, what are your thoughts? If I make this shot, I've won 13 straight games, which is the record that we've ever had. 13. Oh, Zoot, how did it not go in? Zoot. All right, Zoot, you have to make this. Zoot, are you ready for your interview? Zoot, you've never scored on this hole. No, you're not. I'm gonna fuck with you because I already have the lead, and because I always fuck with you. Oh no. Dude, what you gonna do, big dog? Oh, Zoot, that was disgusting. Yo, pimp. Zoot, are you even gonna get out of this?
I'm done.
Kangaroo meat? Alright, well then eat steak, dude. I don't know what your fucking budget is. Yeah. Okay, that's why I said kangaroo meat. I don't know how much it is. It's illegal. Alright, but that's like, okay, then chicken breast. Welcome. Yo, what's going on? How you living, pimp? Alright, well then buy. Okay, how much is chicken breast? Okay, admin, how'd you find out about me? Yeah, how'd you find out about me? Okay, what platform? Oh, okay. Hey, admin, just one moment. We have to do an interview with Zoot here. He's lost 13 straight games, which is the record that we've ever had. Here we are on the fifth green with Zoot. Zoot, you've just lost your 13th straight game. What are your thoughts? Back to you. All right, Zoot. Are we playing again? I mean, Zoot, you didn't have 1,000 penises inside you. You just lost 13 straight games. You just lost 13 straight games. We're playing. We do play chess. We're playing mini golf. In mini golf? Oh, I don't even know. I only play I don't play rank game. Okay, what is your rank in? Wow, you're really good. Yeah, I think I am 1200. 2500. 2500. 2500. Goes by admin. Goes by admin. I don't know. All right, well, you're very good at chess. On chess.com. It's a ranking. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, can't you guys see him? Yeah, unmute him.
I mean, this guy is trying to claiming his grandmaster shit.
Okay. Dude, what the fuck did you just do? Dude, no. But I think I just helped you. Dude, what the fuck was that? Oh, stop. Dude, don't make it. Dude, I'm fucked, dude. Dude, you have the lead. I got distracted by Bobby Fischer over there. You didn't like that one, did you, Zoo? Oh, yeah, I did. Zoo, we're back to tied. Get there. Get there. Dude. Dude, what the fuck was that? Hit my ball, Zoot. Thank you, big dog. I can't. Zoot, can you hear me? Why did you hit such a shitty shot? Yo, Pimp, I just wanted you to know that I'm about to take the lead. No amount. This is what I no amount. This is what I love to do. If anything, I would take whatever money I made to stop streaming and then just start my stream again. I love creating the world's largest timeline. Dude, did you know that I have the lead? Dude, do you know the name of this hole? It's the pee hole. Do you know why it's called the pee hole? Because it's shaped like a pea. Zoot. Oh, Zoot, that was bad. Stop, 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 stop. Hit the tree, dude. Hit the tree. All right, Zoot, we're even. What the fuck was that? Zoot, you ready for your interview? Zoot, we're about to do an interview. That's 14 straight wins. Here we are at the green of the fifth hole. Zoot has just lost a record not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, not seven, not eight, not nine, not 10, not 11, not 12, not 13, but 14 straight games. Zoot, what are your thoughts? Go ahead.
Let's go again.
Zoot is, yeah, you're right, Adi. I talk more shit to Zoot than perhaps anybody else. Squid Games. All right, dude. This is you want the 15th. Adi's so sweet. Zoot is sick of you bullying him. Yeah, you're exactly right. 100% right.
Oh my God.
Zoot, that's a that's a tough shot that you have, big dog. You could bounce it that way. There you go. That's a good shot.
Okay.
But guess what I'm gonna do? Guess what I'm gonna do to you? Oh yeah, dog. But not that. Not that. It wasn't that good. You're 100% right, son. Oh, you've got a tough shot. You've got a tough shot. You can make it though. No way. That was a bad shot. You should have bounced it off that back wall. Dude, it's Squid Games, baby. Do do do. Dude, you're down. Oh, okay. Is that what's gonna happen? I hate this whole zoo. Yeah, because I have to go first. Oh, but that's a really good shot. Dude, don't fuck up. Yes, it was. Was it as good as this shot, though, son? I just made it. Zoot, I just made it. It's Squid Games. Do do do. Oh, Zoot matched it. Good job, big dog.
Okay, I can come back.
Are you sure?
You know what's boring about this one? I was the one to figure out how to play this.
No, you weren't. What are you talking about?